Okay.
Go to the next slide. Obviously, there's the mission and vision statement that we adhere to here at NAPI. We are into our 53rd year. The NIP was brought about by legislation under the Kennedy administration in the 60s. NAPI, the management company to oversee activities on the NIP, was started in 1970. Unfortunately, with COVID, we did not get to have our 50th anniversary celebration. So, that activity. Here's the organizational chart. As you see there, as you're aware, we have a board of 5 members that were, as I understand, appointed by the president of Navajo Nation and then confirmed by the RDC committee. At the current time, we have, my understanding, 4 board members now. Previous board member Simpson, we've not had a replacement for his position yet. So we are operating under a board of 4, and for us to have our quorum of 3 makes for some interesting. There's the organizational chart as it sits right now. Next slide, please. There's the board that we mentioned, and we still have a vacant position. You've met 2 of our board members here today. Thank you. This is our executive team, which Ms. Stowe is here to represent Ms. John from HR department. Security is out, obviously making sure things are secure here. Mr. Thompson, the training manager, is not here at the moment, and our IT guy is trying to keep the firewall up so people won't poking in on our affairs. Historical information. Again, NAPI was brought to life, or the NIP was brought to life under the Kennedy administration. NAPI was formed in 1970. See this picture also out in our front lobby. Brief description of what we do here at NAPI, what we work with, etc. This is a multifaceted operation, and key to it is providing agricultural products for the Navajo Nation as well as employment for people here. And first and foremost is guarding the natural resources, which is the land and water. This here, the NIP actually is comprised of 275,876.5 acres, of which almost 80,000 of that is irrigated farm ground, but that is short of the 110,630 acres that is supposed to be the completion of the Navajo irrigation project by EIA. Next step, please. We will get into the strategic plan later on, but these are all incorporated into that strategic plan. That is the intent of NAPI. First and foremost, again, always is guarding or safeguarding the natural resources, which is the ground and the water. There was actually our goals that we set aside in our strategic plan. We go through and do evaluations and comparisons, etc. all these activities. Certainly, if anyone has any questions, feel free to interrupt me at any time, and we can discuss them in depth. But you can see that it's pretty broad-based in what we're doing. First directive that was put forth to me, I'm in the second quarter of my 5th year now at NAPI. And it was to guard the property, and it was to become profitable and remain profitable. And we have done that. I believe it, I know it will be shared in the corner later on, that NAPI just completed with a consolidated statements the most profitable year in company history last year. And all the workers can't be here, of course, to be congratulated that, but the management team is here, including Ms. Yazzie, who oversees all the farming operations, Mr. Cowboy, who oversees marketing, Ms. Horner guarding the checkbook, so to speak, and Lionel keeping the water system going. 50-year-old water system in need of repair and replacement. So I think most of us are very proud of the performance of the company as we went through the different things that have occurred here, including COVID and the ongoing droughts that we've had since I've been here. When I was hired and brought in from abroad, I was told about 7 inches of rain a year, and I think we were at 2.9 something. So everything depends on the lake keeping water flowing through the systems here. And it is our job to try to be as efficient as possible in guarding that. And so we constantly have upgrading our system. As I mentioned even there about the efficient delivery and trying to cut our costs there, trying to conserve water, trying to regenerate, recover and regenerate water is very important to us. Well as now community involvement, which we've been working at very hard here in San Juan County. Efforts there. Are there any questions about that particular slide in general? Talks about the plan of ops, our handbook, strategic, etc. They're all available for review. Thanks, sir. Regina?
So we have the manpower here. So what this information, contributed, full number of employees we do have employed here on the farm, starting from the left, total number of employees. Now, if you, can you say it on that? No, you can't? No. All right, so, for farm operations, it's going to be 199 employees for that. For finance, we do have 41. For O&M, that will be employees, finance will be 12 employees. Our processing facilities will be 21 employees. Now, going to the next diagram, that's going to be gender, we have 86 female employees here on the farm, 216 non-employees. And to the next diagram, that's going to be our Navajo and non-Navajo employees. We have 295 Native American employees. and we do have 12 non-Navajo employees. It's out there that it is, how we categorize them as, Navajo is if they submit a, CID to show that they are enrolled in the right. So we have our employee status as well in the next diagram. Right now, we have seasonal employees, we have 103 seasonal employees. Out of the full-time employees, we have, 124, and we do have our temporary employees. And this is the average total manpower by each fiscal year. So for the current fiscal year, we have 308. So we do have it, categorized from 2003 going backwards for at least 10 years of how much. And this is, under O&M, 638, this is going to be the departmental manpower as well. For this, as you noticed for 2023, that is going to be the reporting from January 2023 to May of 2023. The average, nominal employment for 2023, here for May, we do have 270. And from there, we do go back, again. Non-Native American at 14. Our average, Navajo employment, for, this year is going to be 295, and our non-Navajo is going to be 13. It's going to be the same, information that I just shared.
Would you prefer that we skip over financials and go to the rest of the slideshow, or do you want to go into the executive session?
I got a really quick question, Rodney, for the young lady. On your slide regarding the average, 638 manpower comparison, so I see that from fiscal year 2022 to 2023, there has been a decrease of more than 50%. And can you just kind of elaborate on that, just for me to understand why it's a big decrease?
Are you referring to 2022 43 numbers to 23?
Yes.
So that's, it's going to be reporting from January of this year, 2023 to May. So that's only half
Oh,
of the
okay.
reporting amount. Next year, you'll have the
The
full,
full numbers.
the full numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any other questions?
Madam Chair, I do have a question for Mr. Zoll. On the areas of focus, you have bullet points. Now, it's NAFI goal is 2023 for Kagi, halfway down, 40% reduction in lost acres due to pooling down to 3,000. Could you expand on that more?
Once again, can you please repeat that? Right there, oh, pooling, okay. We're in the process of going through regeneration. We're tiling some of the property, we're doing pivot rehab, et cetera. So the object is the acres that are being lost because they're getting excess water. We're trying to reduce that amount. We've got a system of moisture probes in place also, so we can have more specific applications of water among the pivots. And that's an ongoing process. In other words, most people would like to think that the farm is flat and everything is the same, but it doesn't work that way with soil conditions. And so you have to change the amount of water that, applied in certain areas, or you're essentially overwatering some, underwatering others. That's part of the O&M aspect of trying to get pivot rehab work done there. As far as that lost acreage. And then we're also trying to, at some point, bring other acres back into use that have been followed before, by again improving the conditions in which they're receiving water now. We actually have brought online, we have some that no longer, that they're not under pivots, but they're under the, we would call them wheel lines out here, or, yeah, thank you, a different term. And so those areas, we're trying to bring some of those back into production as well. Although we did, receive from the Colorado River Commission, we were requested to cut back the amount of acres that we utilized this year and received water settlement payments, which we did accept. So there are acres that actually aren't in production that could have been, but were pulled back in the attempt, because early on when negotiations were begun, it looked, although we knew the drought was ongoing, I don't think anybody anticipated the amount of rain and snowfall that did happen to the north, which is what fills Navajo Lake.
Yeah.
So we were in that process and reached a settlement with the government to set some of that aside this year to help. Did that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Madam Chair, I do have another question.
Sure.
Mr. Zola, the Upland Popcorn and the Pumpkin Company, I forget what their names were, they operate here on the farm at NAPI. Do they pay for water, and how much water do they use? And who do they pay? How are they set up? Are they under NAPI, the Navajo Nation? How much money do they give back? If there's anything, any information on them, I would like to ask that question.
Okay. Upland Desert Popcorn and Pumpkin Patch fundraisers are owned basically by the Hamby family. They reached a lease agreement with Navajo Nation prior to my arrival here. In all the leases here, the water is provided, so they pay a straight acreage fee, and water is included, so water isn't broken out separately. So depending on the crop, we'll get the demand for how much water they'll need, whether it's for the pumpkins or for popcorn. That lease agreement was negotiated, it's my understanding, by Leonard Sosi at that point in time. And those amounts, as I recall, they pay $150 per acre for one crop and $215 or $225 an acre for the other crops. As a comparison, though, I would point out that Navajo Mesa, the potato operation, pays in excess of $600 an acre for theirs. And we had a lease with Anderson Hay, which grew alfalfa. With the onset of the drought, they tried to, or they requested to renegotiate a lease with Navajo Ag Products, and our board decided not to renew their lease and to devote the alfalfa acreage to private, more for the tribal use rather than the export market. So it's my understanding that those two enterprises you asked about, they actually report to, or should report to, the RDC. The acreage fees do come through here, and they're recorded on our books, and they're adjusted based on the amount of acres that they're allowed. And with regard to other things that were in their contract that they worked out with Navajo Nation, I do not know with regard to their employment numbers. I do not know with regard to their contributions to scholarships, local things like that. Because they don't really report to that. We just basically assign the acres to them. And our O&M, OSD people try to make sure that the amount of water that they request is put to them efficiently. That answer your question, sir?
Madam Chair?
Honorable Ned.
Thank you, Mr. Zola. Madam Chair, honorable members of the Resource Involvement Committee, I would like to make a recommendation that this Upland Popcorn and Pumpkin Company provide a report to the Resource Involvement Committee and have a full understanding about their operation. And that would really help us to see where they're at with it. I had mentioned this to Honorable President Nygren last week, that if he is true to his word as far as having enterprises and companies provide their portion of revenue to the Navajo Nation, I believe we need to hold them accountable as well. Madam Chair, thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Ned, and it is noted, so Mr. Tahi, if you could please reach out and get more information on who this point of contact is for Upland Company, then we can go ahead and schedule them at a later time on RDC agenda. Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, to add additional clarification to this, Mr. Zeller is correct. The Desert Popcorn and Pumpkin Patch fundraiser, they negotiate directly with Navajo Nation, and that contract was passed by I believe it was the 23rd RDC, when Honorable Elton Shepherd was then the chair of RDC, and that contract was negotiated directly with Navajo Nation, with RDC at that time, and I believe that contract is scheduled for 75 years, I believe it was, or it was a long term. I think it was 20 or 25 years. I need to re-look up that contract, but that contract is made public because it went through the 164 process. It was put on the 5-day comment period so everyone could see it, and there is a resolution for that specific contract that Mr. Zeller is talking about, that Honorable Ned has brought up. That document, once I research it and find it, I can make that available to RDC members for your review as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Mr. Honorable Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RDC, thank you again. Mr. Zeller, thank you for your presentation, which is so presented. Madam Chair and members of RDC, I always have a problem with that, where the contract between the Desert Popcorn and Pumpkin Patch is directly with Navajo Nation. NAPI really doesn't control how those two entities work on the NAPI farm. I know there's a contract in place, I believe, Mr. Tahi stated that. I hope it's not a long contract for 75 years. I hope not. I think we have to take a look at that. I'll put it back under NAPI. The reason being, to my understanding, Mr. Chair, Mr. Zeller, correct me if I'm wrong, it was that they would not negotiate on how much to be paid per acre on the usage. And it was pretty high. I mean, it was trying to be equal to other entities that utilize the NAPI farm, but they wouldn't negotiate. So I believe their contract was going to be not renewed, and they directly went to Navajo Nation to work those things out. And Navajo Nation basically said that we'll work with Desert Popcorn and Pumpkin Patch. So, Chantal, members of REC, I think we really need to take a look at the contract and put it back under NAPI, so they'll have definitely more control on how the two enterprises operate. So when we get that, I think we need to look at that.
Okay.
We don't need to meet with Pumpkin Patch, and their interest is to pay the lowest they can on their acres to use. But now we have other entities that are almost to the max. They pay a lot of money for the acres of usage. So I think these entities have that, should be paying that much. And they build out, work with Navajo Nation. I believe there was all politics that was involved to negotiate with Navajo Nation, get the lowest, rental for the acreage. So again, I really, Madam Chair, members of REC, I think we need to come back and really take a look at the more information, how we go about that. That's my recommendation, Madam Chair, members of REC.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Simpson. Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, my recommendation is once RDC does look at that contract, for references, try amending that contract since it's already been executed. I would recommend that you would seek legal guidance from Office of Legislative Counsel, Ms. Khan and April Quinn, as well as Department of Justice, since this is already an executed contract, and they can probably guide RDC how to address this issue. And I believe I got clarification that contract was executed for a term of 15 years. Madam Chair.
Mr. Tahi. So with that recommendation, members of Resources and Development Committee, I understand that this type of inconsistency does bring, issues in regards to profitability to NAPI. So again, thank you for sharing that, Mr. Zeller, in regards, and also Honorable Nez for bringing that up. Because at this point, I believe that the intent of Resources and Development Committee is to have a more quantifiable structure here with NAPI in terms of you working directly with the companies that come and utilize these acreages for production of crops. And again, I do appreciate that information. So going forward, the recommendation is to relook at the existing contract. And again, we will work with our legal counsel as to what would be the best avenue and how to address this issue to have the company, directly be, have NAPI be direct oversight over this company. So, Mr. Platero?
Very much, Madam Chair, members of the Research Development Committee. I want to just give you some information on how this came to be. The Pumpkin Patch Company, well, going back to Navajo Agricultural Products Industry does do contracts with other organizations as well, and they do comply with contracts that they have signed into with NAPI. When it came time to redoing the contract for Pumpkin Patch, there were some serious concerns that were brought up, and this is in regards to their organization who had facilities here to house some of their employees and feed some of their employees. There were some serious health conditions that were brought up, and we had addressed them to the organizations over there, and they never complied with trying to fix all of these health conditions that were brought up by the health department. Those were not being complied with, and the health conditions were bad. That was one of the reasons why NAPI decided not to do business with them anymore. And from that point, they had gone to see how they can get a lease. They went to then Delegate Leonard Sosi to see how they can get a lease, and that is how that came to be. We went into looking into how they can get a contract and a lease agreement with the Navajo Nation, and that is how that is separated from the Nazi organization itself. We would not work with them because of those health conditions the Navajo people were living in over there and experiencing. We felt that those people working there did not deserve to be in that state with those bad health conditions, and that is why the contract was never renewed with them. That's just more information. Steve, if you request those assessments for the health violations, we can probably provide all of those documents to you as well.
Yeah, Mr. Patero, I just want to make it known that our legal counsel, Ms. Khan, has sent out the resolution, RDCMA-28-17. It's Pumpkin Patch Fundraisers Upland Desert Popcorn Lease. And again, we will put this on our radar as Resources and Development Committee and pretty much look at how the provisions as outlined, stipulated in this particular contract, and working with legal counsel, looking at the best way to address this issue in hopes that they can, again, report back to Nancy. But if those were some of the health concerns, and thank you, Mr. Patero, for sharing that information, some health-related issues that were a concern, I'm not sure if they've addressed it to this point, and that's going to be one of the other questions. And again, you know, oftentimes we don't want companies or divisions to be circumventing, you know, these laws. And I know that it's, I would think that's something that's very imperative, only because these crops are given out to customers that actually consume these. And I do, you know, understand Nancy's position, so I do appreciate that share of information. So again, members of Resources and Development Committee, the resolution was emailed out to us, and we'll go ahead and definitely take a review. So I'm going to go ahead and give it over to Ms. Rosalind.
Yes, Madam Chair, the other issue at that time was the workforce. The workforce that were coming in were Mexican. They contract the pumpkin, the picking, the hoeing, weeding, whatever was going on with the contract to Hispanic groups. And basically the Navajo workforce was kind of pushed out. It was limited, so that was another issue at that time, was to get more of our Navajos back into the workforce. It might only be for a couple of months, 3 months, but still the workforce should have been provided to the Navajos. With busloads of Hispanics that will be imported in.
Thank you, Ms. Yabi, for that share of information. And I know that some of these tribal communities in Indian country have their own, what do they call it, tariff office, to where the priorities are given to the local, you know, constituents in their tribal communities. And I don't know if we have that here on Navajo, but I know that one of the main precedents that's usually set in some of these agreements is that Navajo workforce be, you know, taken as a preference or priority over other or outside, you know, employment. So with that, we'll definitely take a look at that again. And at the time, you know, when we go through legal advisement, these are some of the areas that we'll definitely bring forth to legal counsel and see how we can work on this going forward. But I do appreciate the share of information. So I don't know if anyone has anything else to add, Honorable Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since this is NAPI's work session today, I brought it up because of the water, wondering how much this company is paying for water. And now that all these other concerns are coming up, perhaps we do need to recommend that we have a separate executive session and just for leadership. RDC, our legal counsel and Department of Justice at the table to help us understand, and maybe Mr. Patero as board president, as well as Mr. Zeller could be there to kind of guide us along, and we could also really look into this resolution that was sent to us here, RDCMA 2817. But I think we can do that separately at, you know, at a time we could schedule it. Madam Chair, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Nez, for that recommendation. And again, the recommendation is to put this particular discussion into executive session. Mr. Zeller?
One other point I would like to bring up, based on the contractual allotment, their acres, if that fee was brought to the current fee paid by one of our other leaseholders, that's a $2.5 million shortfall to us. And I believe Mr. Haskey will go over the water costs at $150 an acre. That's pretty much a wash. That's the cost of the water. So essentially, acres would be free.
Thank you.
That's rough math.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Zeller, for that information, and it does, you know, depict just the, in terms of dollar amounts of how much NAFI is losing. So again, you know, Resources Development Committee will make this a priority and put on our future Resources Development Committee meeting agenda. So, any other questions or comments on this topic with the pumpkin patch popcorn discussion?
I guess I would like to clarify, you said about the cost of NAPI, that we view it as the cost of the NAPI. Fully owned, our profits are then evaluated by the board to decide what we need to put back into infrastructure, and then the rest goes to the application. So, dividend payment.
Okay. All right. Again, thank you, and so I guess, I don't know if you want to go ahead and go further into the presentation. Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, next part up, according to the PowerPoint presentation, is the financials. I recommend that we put all the sensitive information, the financials and the audits at the end of the presentation, so that way we don't have to go in and out of executive session for this work session, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Rodney. So with that, let's see, you have financials, and then you have the financial audit, and of course you have your dividend payments back to Navajo Nation. Would that fall under financials? Good, okay. And then, so I guess at this time, the rest of this information will probably just go into executive session, Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair?
Oh, okay. Oh, there's two more, the crop production and, okay. So at this time, Rodney, can you pull up the crop production and marketing? And then we'll go to the operation and maintenance, and we'll come back, go into executive session for the financials and audit.
Go ahead. I'll be doing the report. I'll be doing the production, and then this Cowboy here will be doing the marketing part. So we're going to tag team this. Go ahead, next slide. Our irrigation is one of our support departments, and this department oversees all of the center pivots. On the farm, there are 694 center pivots, which we use to water the crop. And under that, we do our water scheduling. We get our water moved from Navajo down to the farm, to the pivot. Those fields are, the water order is submitted by midnight for timely delivery of water. And in the control, if you guys have time at the end to visit our irrigation control center, in there, it looks like you're in a, tower, in a radio, airport. The tower where they control the planes getting on the, ready to take off, and so your scheduling done there, your remote, it shows your pivots, they're on, they're off with water. There also, we have, we control our moisture out in the field. We have, soil moisture probes that we monitor, and you can monitor that on your computer something. On your phone, that you're able to see, if your pivots are still running, if your pivots have gone off, so you're able to monitor that. Our variable rate irrigation is also monitored at the control center. That's how fast your pivots are walking. And again, like Mr. Zeller mentioned, you have fields that have different types of soil. You can have all clay soil, you can have all sandy soil. So the crop managers manage their water according to that. And then on the farm, we have a weather station across the farms that we can monitor our evapotranspiration, just like on the days that we've been having these 90 degrees with the breeze. You could be putting down 0.65 inches of water and 0.30% could be just evaporating. So that's what our weather stations are for, and that's all monitored. You can monitor, crop managers are able to monitor that on their phone and also on the computer, so wherever they're at across the farm.
Ms. Gowdy?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to go ahead and have, my colleague, since she's here in person, Honorable Claude, to recognize, have her recognize herself again, and I do have Vice Chair Johnson also in attendance.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shauna Ann Claw, and I am the delegate for Chinle. And my clans are Hawasanan and Shnedo, Twitachine, Bashichin, Kachin, Gashito, Kia, Ani, Dishino. And it's good to see everybody. My mother is originally from the Shiprock area, so I have a lot of family that live in Shiprock, Sanofsky, and then Kirtland, Farmington. So it's good to be here again. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair?
Good morning. Good to be here with you, and thank you for this meeting with Abby and I'm the Vice Chair of RDC. My name is Casey Allen Johnson from Western Agency, Western Navajo. Cameron, Coal Mine, Luke, Bird Springs, and Suwannee Lake, our chapters, District 3 and 5. So that's where I'm coming from. Looking forward to picking back some beans, flowers, hay. Brought my truck and my trailer. Thank you for the food.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So go ahead, give it back to you, Ms. Yadi.
Okay. Just to give you a highlight on, water, how important this water is. These are, water usage from last year. Alfalfa is our high water usage, 41.26 inches of water is what they used last year to produce 4 cuttings. Pinto beans, 27.8 inches of water. Corn, 34.61 inches of water is what we use to produce 170 bushel. Potatoes, 31.43 inches of water. And wheat, we use 24.31 inches of water. These are numbers from last year, so that water is very important to the farm. Okay, we'll go to the next slide.
Ms. Yagi, I'm
Yes,
sorry
ma'am.
about that. What was your water, usage for corn and hay?
Alfalfa is our highest, water usage, 41.26 inches. And that's to produce four cuttings,
Okay,
6.5 inches, or 6.5 tons of alfalfa.
and then corn,
Corn is 34.61 inches, and that produced 177 bushels of corn.
okay,
And our wheat was 24.31.
okay, thank you, Al.
We'll go down to the next slide. This is another of our support staff, and that is our lab, ATRL lab. So they do all of our soil testing to determine how much fertilizer is left in the soil, what the plant is going to take up, what we need to give to the plant to get our production, our yield goals. The plant, also, alfalfa and potato beans, we do tissue samples right before the cutting so that we know that we're going to meet our yield goal for each cutting as we go through. Potatoes, the same thing. Do they need extra fertilizer? Are they okay on fertilizer to finish out the season? Those are, we do tissue samples. We do water samples throughout the farm. And fertilizer, again, that's to determine the amount of fertilizer that's still in the soil before we start. We also do feed. Our crops, alfalfa, we do grade RFB values on that to determine the grade, if it's your supreme premium, your cow hay, your fair, those grades. We also do tests for wheat. On our wheat, to determine the protein level, because your flours need to meet a certain protein level, so that's what we test that there. We test the pinto beans before we put it in a bag and send it off. We make sure that they don't have any residue, like chemicals, any fertilizer, anything. Because the farm itself is global gas food safety. So all of that testing is done there at the lab.
Ms. Young,
Yes, ma'am.
sorry to interject.
That's fine.
I'd like to go ahead and have my colleague, Honorable Otto Stowe, introduce himself.
Good morning. Sorry, I was, coming up, I came in last night, but, once upon a time, I used to work in this region, and, had, relatives, people I consider relatives, came this morning and had to have breakfast with, David, that's retarded. But again, good morning, my name is Otto Stowe, now Clayton Schlegel, and she look like an edit, she goes, and I mean, Schlegel, 20 minutes a day, the big one, and she represents the community city at the Navajo Mission Council. CEO, and, trying to remember, you're the ones that are making the presentation on that, statement, you know. Board members, good morning. Asking. grandfather used to serve with him once upon a time, with his father, Jack. Long class. I don't know, Tulane is my, we went to high school and, possibility is still a constituent. I don't, Harold, and, what was his name? Yeah, well, members, resource development committee, good morning, staff, again, good morning. You're following us around, we're dragging you across the Navajo Nation every week, somewhere in a unique area. Yeah, I'm totally.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Otto. Back to you, Ms. Yagi.
Okay. We'll go down to, one of the other things that our lab does is test for vomitoxin on corn. And to all the contractors that we send corn to, again, your dog food, they have corn in it, and 1.3 parts per million is what you can put, it's a safe level for having dog food. We send corn to the pig farm, five parts per million. Cattle can consume only 10 parts per million of that vomitoxin. So again, these tests, again, to be safe for animal consumption, and that's what we test at our lab. Potatoes, sugar level, that's for the chipper, and also our potatoes. We do that at the lab also. Plant disease, we have any disease that break out there, we take tissue samples that's tested there at the lab. Again, our fertility and herbicide program management, we do there at the lab. We have an agronomy on staff, so the crop managers and the agronomy, they work together with these recommendations. And then again, the forage testing that we do to determine the RFB value of that crop, to determine if it's supreme, premium, fair, or good, fair, and cow hay. And again, it goes back, Vince will go over what, why we test for those values. Okay, next one. So we go into our production. This year, we planted 6,297.8 acres of pinto beans, and that's all just pinto beans alone. We've done navy beans before, we've done black beans in the past, but this year we are doing pinto beans. And on site, we have the processing plant. The plant processes three triple clean. It goes through the cleaner, it goes through one set of gravity tables, down to the next gravity table where it takes out your stones, other trash, and then into the packages. Again, the bean plant is capable of holding 208,656 hundredweight. We count the beans by hundredweight. And again, market in 20 pounds, 50, 100, and 2,000 pound totes. And I'll go ahead and give it to Vince, and he can elaborate on where we're marketing these products.
Okay, well, for the dry beans, again, just like what Doug was saying, the varieties that we choose within the year, we base everything off of the market. So my job is to expand the market, look for markets that are local and also further distance for our reach to go. And the biggest thing, just like last 2 weeks ago about the economic summit, I mentioned on export and also local, is just to expand our market, also for our brand recognition. Right. So my goal here, since we are a grower, packer, and also shipper, is to push out all our products. And right now, since we're competitors among a lot of other beans too, the best advantage that we have is we're certified for low gas that will allow us to go to any restaurant
any stores go in there certified that we do have quality assurance behind us. We can go into like Walmart, Smith, Kroger's, Whole Foods, no problem. So that certification, which also the APR output is certified, gets us into those stores as well. So a lot of our beans right now, we're sitting in the region, but we're more south. Our biggest competitors are up in North Dakota, Montana, and New Washington, also Canada. So they ship the beans from up north down to the south, but the biggest market is Mexico right now. That's where our reach is going in there. But even though 75%, imagine that 280 bags, 100-pound bags, that's what we have. So a lot of them go to smaller retail, like to Walmart, to stores here, and also the California market, and of course they've been into Mexico. Because we sit in a time frame where Mexico will reduce theirs, and then we sit into that window where we can reduce ours, and also the northern areas again. So we see that perfect market being here in New Mexico, and also we're at a high elevation, allows us for that bean to mature more, and ours is really unique, completely different from up north and even down south of Mexico. So a lot of people really want the Navajo bean. There's a lot of buyers down south that will wait for us to start harvesting for up north to give them that opportunity. And there's a pandemic too, now when they should call upon that bean. We set aside 20,000 bags of pound that went to Navajo Nation, so we have the storage capacity to hold that kind of bean as well. So that's a good opportunity for Navajo to have our Navajo Nation at that point. If you go to any of the local restaurants here, Albuquerque, all the way to Santa Fe, these Mexican restaurants, they have a lot of natty beans that they put with. People make natty a lot. We really push out to the local, of course, Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation, I know they just have a few bags, but they only really use the 5,800 pounds. So there's just mostly the retail pack size. Again, we make sure that we cover our locals first, then everything else, we start to expand further. Again, brand and recognition is what we're going to do, and I should take that now a little further.
One of the, I took care of the, was overseeing the bean production for some time before this position, but there are three characteristics of this bean that I always say that we have the best pinto beans in the world. Your pinto beans cook quick, and that's one of the characteristics that the market likes out there. And the flavor of it, it's got a different flavor, and also the size of your beans. At one time, 85% of our crop went to Mexico. And they always told us that when they present their dish, they want their beans to be nice and plumpy, and it's an appearance on the plate. If you want to eat, you always want to have Mexican food. They'll ask you, do you want whole beans or do you want freeze-dried beans? Either one, the flavor of it is very good. So that was the three characteristics that they came back and said, these are the three things that you guys have. If you realize that, because we consume beans morning, afternoon, and evening, but those are the things that really is appealing with the beans here at Napa. For your information.
Thank you for that. I do have a question, Siabi, Vice Chair.
So you mentioned Mexico, selling to Mexico are pinto beans. Are we internationally, Philippines or any other country, selling to any other country?
Right now, no, just in New Mexico. A lot of that beans is going down there for also the restaurants. Down there in the south, from the Baja, all the way down from Southern California. A lot of them serve those restaurants.
Thank you. Did that clarify? Okay, you may continue.
Okay, we'll go to the next crop, that is our fresh, the organic specialty crop. We planted 51.2 acres of organic potatoes, and that is your russet, your yellow, red, purple, and that is the table stock, and we also reserved, we started producing our own seed potato. So, most of those go in, I'll let Ben talk about this, where his marketplace is. And that's the organic. Now, the conventional potato, we planted 458.2 acres, and that is all russet. Again, we have our facility, our storage facility. On site, there's 600,000 hundredweight cold storage. And down here at 371 and also down at Region 1. Same thing for the organic. There's cold storage or organic storage that we have down at Region 1. And Ben will go over his marketing.
So for the organic, that was, started out as a R&D, but expanded from there. We started researching our market to see where a lot of the seed can go. Again, our region is really the best place to grow seeds out here. We've not known about any other farms which won't capture any disease, insects, or anything else. We're so isolated that we have the best advantage, especially with elevation too, and also the water source. Since this is an R&D, we started off again, some of them went to table stock. A lot of the market has changed from conventional. People wanted to go do organic, especially during the pandemic. A lot of people wanted to healthy. And that's the market that we were looking at. And of course, it's good for the area as well. We went to the natural grocers and also the Whole Food store as well. So we went to Flagstaff, up into Colorado, and also Santa Fe and Albuquerque, were all the stores as well. The other advantage that we have is the seeds as well. This past season, Chinle was the first one of the first chapters that took 500 pounds of seeds in their Earth Day and planted organic. Those are some of the outlets that we're trying to push to chapters. I know a lot of them, like that New Dawn program, some of the natural resources, we provide that information for them to let them know that we do have the seeds also for potatoes. And even with that program, if we start to expand, it will provide seeds also to the conventional crops, which will really help us. So rather than us buying seeds elsewhere, we're buying our own down-low price seeds for the organic and also the conventional crops as well. For the conventional side, which is our table stock, everybody wants potatoes. We still have people going out to Region 2 asking us for potatoes, but our potato season is only from November all the way up into January. There's a bunch of months when we have. A lot of our potatoes, since we're in the Rocky Mountain division, goes into the New Mexico Walmart. This coming year, since we expanded on the potato acres, we're going to be moving into the Arizona Walmart. So that's a whole different region. So our talks are with them to cover those Walmart's going down, because a lot of customers are going down south into Flagstaff, and they're asking us for our potatoes, but it's only in the Mexico side. We're trying to get into that area too. Again, it just depends on the price, of course, the buying price, and also if they have room for now, the locals from there. The other one too is this afternoon, I know there's a listening session for that Bashes and then market. I know the leadership has changed. I'm hoping that we can get into that program. We've been pushing, trying to get into the market with Bashes to get into the Navajo Nation, push some more potatoes through there as well. Main thing again is pricing. They want to buy our quality potatoes for a lot less than, again, jack up the price and set it out there. So that's the biggest thing. That's pretty much our market, and of course our natural grocers and our Whole Foods. And again, we'll look at get us into those stores. Once we have that certification, the doors open from now.
One thing that I would add, Ozzy and her crew and Vince for this marketing, yes, we're concentrating on some more potatoes, but the emphasis within that program is actually trying to raise low glycemic potatoes. And so we have ongoing testing there with New Mexico State, our own lab, et cetera, whether those can be identified or not. And it's in not just the reds, the yellows, that's the purples, that's through 20-some varieties just last year. Is that correct, Rose?
Then also we have the desalination, the LIC program that we talked to 2 years ago, and also the diabetes program that they, this program that's coming. But once it goes open, they wanted to pretty much work when they're out there doing their sessions and they go to these chapters and do their presentations, they want and look at the industry. That's kind of like that combination there. They're backing them up into the program.
Question? Madam Chair, question?
Honorable Claw?
Yes, thank you. I just have a question regarding your marketing with Bashes. You did say that they did go under, new management. So who are you working with at Bashes? Is it still Mr. Johnny Bashes?
No, right now, nobody, but we got that listening session at noon. The one for us was that, Mountain Meat, go to Bashes, none of our other customers that buy potential feed. We're trying to prefer ourselves to go to, that's who we wanted to go directly. Now, long back, in several attempts, those napkins did sell in the rest. But I believe some market has changed in the area. Again, now it can be Stephen.
Steven, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the person I want to hit up. Especially for these big markets. I think, this is on the reservation that's on the local, and,
Does that clarify your question? Honorable Otto?
thank you very much. Yes, one area is that we know that Bastions went under new market. So we addressed the, recent issue with, the amendments to some of the Bastions. Riley's is a, more common in California, and I think that if, whatever the outcome comes out from, it may be potential, to Riley's, chain of stores out in Southern California, in that region, like, the, origin of, and it comes from Riley's all around.
Right.
But, this is something to think about, and I think, members of the Resource Development Committee, we know that, there's additional leases coming up with, Riley. He addressed it, the meaning that, what's going on is that, leases are all in, majority of them on the nation still is in the name of, I believe we addressed it a couple of, 2 or 3. But with the stores across the nation, need to try to work with them and find a way that maybe you buy the produce from here. It's a benefit somewhere. That continue to grow the enterprise. Board members, thinking to try to and protect the enterprise. And so how do you thrive and move forward to try to grow that with a, environment of prosperity, to try to grow the company and actually living in different areas, because it's good that we are expanding out to Mexico. You know, but area into, you know, Walmart in the state of Arizona, how many Walmart is potential that, potatoes, if we can meet the demand, you know, we, out in Arizona, and it's good that the state of New Mexico is doing business with the state of New Mexico, Walmart, and also the, restaurants in Albuquerque region. We, I would suggest maybe have a meeting with them indirectly. They could start to make friends, because they like to think, you know, he got the go, hey, who knows, like, we might get the whole community of Santa Fe over there, even as far as Farmington, you know. With that.
Yeah, Honorable Otto.
Madam Chair, just to add to Otto, so I think that, he is correct. The management did go under the Teal family, who are the investors, and then Mr. Steve Mayer is the president now. So I did get an opportunity to meet with them a month ago, and they were very open to working more with Navajo. So I think that's a great opportunity, as Speaker So said, to get the foot in the door, to branch out to all of their other companies, because they do own like the Whole Foods, and then they have AJ's, which is kind of gourmet of the organic foods. So that would be good to get our brand recognition to them. So I will, on my part, I'll go ahead and just let them know that we're advocating to have them meet with NAPI, and then also that we do want to establish that partnership. So I'll go ahead and send an email too.
Appreciate, thank you, Honorable Claw.
We'll go to our our green chili acres, 0.4 acres, and again, we're producing this under the hoop house. We have 8 hoop houses where we produce conventional green chili, and we have 1 hoop house that we produce the organic green chili. And again, this is production harvest from June to September. This is a short season. And again, our competition is Hatch green chili, but again, we've seen over the months in the news that a lot of the green chili growers down in Hatch are closing down business due to water, their workforce, lack of workforce to pick chili. So we have an opportunity to grow here also. But again, it's under the hoop house production.
And I think we're really defining, especially in the street market, since we are now, again, the first organic certified underneath the Mexico Green Chili Association, and also the Fresh Green Chili Association. Area. We dominate the northern area. The second one's going to be, of course, our Hatch chili. We grow the same variety and everything else, and again, we push again for quality on this one, and then plus being plants to be grown underneath hoop house will give us the advantage to produce first in the market, and also to continue also past Hatch as well. So our windows is a lot bigger than Hatch itself, because Hatch will get one crop, one picking. For our hoop house and we get about 50 to 20 picking. So we get a lot of picking
sell natural groceries as well. Also, TNR market advisor at CPA, and also our two stores here in Florida that are also listed. And then, of course, we do our annual chili roasting as well. So we really take pride in this one. It was a small club, but then eventually we became bigger and bigger in this one as well. So a lot of people are looking at us. The new market that I'm working on, again, is through Point of Food as well. But to us to see if there's a certain recipe and also maybe the canning that they want to do with Navajo by the local that is coming to start working together with and all that opportunity.
If there are no questions, we'll go down to the next, slide. That's our native food. That's the traditional corn. Again, this year, we planted 105.7 acres of white corn and 100 acres of blue corn. We also have 10 acres of sumac berries. On the farm, there's 3 areas that we have the sumac shrubs. And we also have the green or the Navajo tea, and that's a small acres, but it's growing. The demand is there, 0.05 acres. Again, since we have gone online, which Vince will go over, the demand for our native food has increased. We used to customers order maybe half a pallet or a pallet of your blue corn, cornmeal, or blue corn pancake. This year we've had truckloads, 18 pallets, 20 pallets of cornmeal that we send out. So again, this our native food is growing, getting popular out there. Ben?
Yeah, and again, we start off small in this one, but we really have expanded that market, especially with native food. And then even during the pandemic, a lot of our Navajo customers reached out back to us because everybody was going back into that traditional food. We have supplies for them, so that was the advantage that we have there for our Navajo people, including those Navajos that are out in those rural areas completely. They're the ones that are really tapping into these online. We have some Navajo family that lives in New York, there's other ones in Washington. We have even some living in northern Alaska that are Navajos that can't get some of these qualities, but they do the traditional eating and all that kind of stuff. So since we had it, they were our biggest customers. Our sumac berry, one of our, of course, the Navajo Game Sister Enterprise is using our sumac for the strawberry figs, and then if you see the Navajo logo on there, we really work with them. Same thing with the Navajo tea. They want us to really produce more here this coming year. Northern Edge also wants the Navajo tea completely to use their food and their menu and everything else. And again, putting that. Of course, we also have some for local market and also for a lot of these traditional stuff that we have, they're designated in the area that's not part of the conventional part. And harvest, hand pick, and hand.
So these opportunities, you know, that you started it off and using it for the smaller environment. Much for your for Navajo gaming. Maybe what I noticed out there is that I'm glad that there is a need, a demand for the native corn and practically but again, we have know that you guys look at the look at animal health, the plant health as you're growing it, to make sure that it's healthy and vibrant and so forth. But, you'll see that a lot of people out there eat ink. They don't have time for that. A lot of it, they don't have even the time to go out and go pick the wild. I would say that you could tell first people that have patience, they will be over there picking sumac berries versus pennions is two different things. The shea, sumac berries, she goes like these or these down. Take time and you have to spend a lot of time under the sun in order to have that. Do that. My grandparents raised me. Just for family use throughout the winter, fall and winter. So when I think jars of get like 3-4 of them, that would last a penny. But one guarantees that that need is probably gonna get higher because that will you eat it also. If they're working. And they're gonna need it, man, and continue to increase that amount. Feed it all. See more people not picking tea along the road no more. See the tea farm really with the tea has been cut. Navajo tea. That's another area that I think that is needed because when you look at and I really hope that look at the study of the plant. I was watching a documentary of the tea, how much usage of tea they use in their daily diet, also for their healing. So or something of that nature. That ADG, try to start expanding related to and they people would say, what, isn't that the same thing? No. What it's another form. And you have Mormon tea, then you have the Navajo tea. Navajo tea, so Mormon tea, I think it's called Z. So even now, I think that would be a very good market strategy. Market your tea. Here in the business of green red tea. On he I was in my part there a couple of weeks ago. She went tea picking. Yeah, but you get a bag of tea. Weigh it out. How many grams of tea is in there? She's on the Navajo tea picking frenzy now. And she's actually, you can actually buy those things online. Now has book and how she bag I'm gonna go sell tea. When you go to we went to Tea Nar, saw that canister, that tin canister with the this colors. You can label it, tea. harvest it. You had the time to put it in, all your mental thought and your good thought of it. But other than that, if we're over there, just trying to look at financial numbers down. So on to the case or later. It's later. Later under that credit, I say, but to later. They not see under the so I do trouble because all that is it's not unstable as they but it's a holistic side that comes into the play. Over that and I'm not too sure how things are operated, but you know, those are just some of the dating kids, you know, based on that this time they played that about the other that you can see the kids totally not what's the outcome of it? That they are safe in London, practice what if we love just now. I don't have a story. I know that this time they really appreciated. My aunt is a person that buys nappy cornmeal. I just say maybe exact their bags. Nappy. Now we'll pride. You should get it somewhere else. You should get it from nappy. You guys do not think twice when you guys start criticizing the leadership or even the enterprise. You don't truly up on that. By now, even down to Tish, the ink, I think is over 500 that. That I thought was indicate that I don't know because if you make it at a certain time and you put that mixture in there, it won't come out right. Grandma only had that time when to pick that gut. Then the other thing too that grandmother used to utilize. You know, you got to grow apricots. That has apricots in it. It's a dry them and they when the corn mush is almost done, put that in on top. That was the natural sugar. You didn't need sugar. She put that into that and I think it's done. So those are the concepts. Those are some of the they're not secret, but they're just, you know, they just did it now, you know. And, people always thought, how is grandma blue corn mush really sweet? I lay with the continent. They didn't use sugar. They wanted to go down to that piece of the neck. But again, that concept is out there, that artistic key. Bring that up here. The idea with that. Yeah.
Yeah, for that traditional food enlightenment, Shinatani Auto. So go ahead and give it back to the team.
Okay. We'll go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, this is our forage crop, alfalfa hay grazer. And again, this year we're producing alfalfa grass on 19,238.6 acres, which is, we just completed our first cut, retwine, and the big bale. We started our second cut here on the fifth. So, we've been, the weather's been pretty good. We've haven't had any moisture, so the, quality has been good. Acreage, we planted 973 acres. And again, we put all of that in, the big bales. We have a contractor that does the, swathing, an animal contractor, and then we have another contractor that does the raking, the baling, and the stacking. And then NAPI, we have trucks that we harvest into, reach into yard for our customers. And then, Vince will elaborate on the market where our alfalfa is moving to.
So there's two designated sites, again, it's our own store here. Our yard can hold up to 50,000 tons of hay there. Right now, every time we have our cutting, we have 4 cuttings. Our first and our fourth cutting, since it's the cooler weather, plus our alfalfa grows better if it's cooler and hot days, we produce a lot of high quality hay. The premium supreme. Those are the qualities that are, again, not good for the sheep, cows, the lower, the ones that are out there, where it's fed. Damage them or else you can both them pretty much kill them. Our markets for that one is dairy markets, because again, dairy markets are looking for that high quality premium and supreme. Produce milk or cheese. That one goes. But all the green ties, the alfalfa, of course, from good there, all the way down to Chai, all go to region 2 scales and 3-type bales that go there. Our bale weight is about 115 pounds to 125 pounds. For the big bales, which is those call it the 1 ton, which is 3/4 pounds as well, the 6 grams. And down from about 13, about 1,400 pounds. Everything's just based off of quality and just what having an on-site testing facility is a 4-hour turnaround for us to determine what kind of quality that we're going to be producing. Once it's built, the team will go out there, pull samples, and then after that, they'll get back with us and let us know what kind of quality that hay is out there. At that point, where it comes to me, it's like, okay, it's going into the yard, it's going to go out here as well, too. So, and again, everybody's changing, even our customers, even the Navajo Nation customers, are becoming more educated on what they're feeding their animals as well. So our recommendation to them, again, is ration. Make sure that you're just not feeding animals just with whatever. You're feeding them with grain, also with lower quality, with higher quality, because it's all different between if it's just a ranch horse that's corralled, being fed, or an endurance horse, which is a rodeo horse that's going on there and working. They're fed differently completely. So we try to educate them, letting them know that's how our grade are based off. A lot of people just assume that it's graded. And ours is great, have a grading system, and we do everyday grading system. If that relative feed value fits under there, that's the grade that we have. And so my market is to push the higher quality out here, which will harm the local small cattle and, of course, livestock owners, and retire while going to this area. And also, last year and the previous year, we always designate close to 10,000 to 15,000 tons of hay for nomination. So I work with the Department of Ag and also with some of the smaller ranches, including the Colorado Ranch. Actually, we set 15,000 tons aside, and the biggest user was Chinle Chapter. That's what we paid. Also, Department of Ag. So we are back up to them as well. Right now, we have about 5,000, this harvest yesterday, 5,000 and 5,100 tons that we produce our yard in nomination from the Great Basin as well. And also now, we have about 7 and a handful of chapters that are requesting to get quotations of the 3 types. So we already made commitments, so 3 of them are released again as well. So that information on the chapters go out there. Yeah. We always need to be ready. We always tend not to be ready, especially during winter time. I know there's a lot of grass out there, so we try to educate some customers and also some of our chapters. That's what we're pushing on. And again, everything's just based off of the market that we have.
Washington as well. I go to Arizona, the do South Colorado, even including the Mexico market, to see where we're at in our buying price, even with our locals out there as well. Our hay here is also sold by the ton, which is sold by the weight. A lot of customers out there are selling by the bale as well. But if you convert those back to what we have here, our ton compared to them is a lot lower. So if you convert their numbers, there's about $400 a ton that you get that is here. But we know our weight and how much hay that he does actually playing.
I have a question. So right now, NAFTA is just, selling straight alfalfa. Is there any plans on going to, like the alfalfa grass mix or even just grass, you know, in the coming years?
We have, 2,000 acres of, alfalfa grass.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, and then we have one field, 117A, that is grass. I would say about 85% grass and the rest, alfalfa. But it took 3 years to get a good stand of, that alfalfa grass. And, it does very well. The quality is very good, especially if, for feeding, lambs, feeding out lambs for butcher. That's been very good, alfalfa grass. Again, trying to weed out their grass, the weeds out of that alfalfa grass and a little bit of alfalfa. It's 3 years, and we have a very good stand. We have several stands that are just, grass also, so we are producing alfalfa grass at the time, but majority of our customers that go through Division 2, they like to purchase the cow hay, which, like Ben says, is a very potent for their sheep or cows or horses that they use out on the ranches. But we are producing, getting more and more into that alfalfa grass or just grass alone.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to give it over to Mr. Arnold next.
Thank you, Chair Otto, Rosalind, Dave, thank you for the presentation. Otto, thank you, NAPI, for donating bales of hay for the summer session trail riders. We're gonna pretty much complete some of the rides by Sunday, the 16th, and have a little bit of shindig over there. You're all more than welcome, right, Chair?
Yes.
So, Akwagi. I've received numerous complaints about NAPI selling a lot of hay to the roadside folks in Kirtland. And people always complain to me, I don't know if there's a misunderstanding, which there always is. Or people are limited. They can only buy so much hay, is what they say. But to the people in Kirtland, they come in all the time and they just buy hay unlimited. And I tell them, I don't think NAPI would do that, I said. And it's a business. I let them know it's a business. NAPI has these products, whether it's beans, and I see that this high premium is sent to New Mexico dairies, and beans are sold to Walmart, and they resell them. So I try and tell them that this is a business, that, you know, NAPI wants to sell products. That's what they do. They're in the business of selling products, agricultural products. So, Eddie, perhaps maybe write a letter to some of the chapters and explain, you know, why how the business is run, or something like that. So they aren't complaining about NAPI selling only, as they say, now kite eight in the curtain, no. Yeah, and in return, they up the price, and people that are coming back from Farmington back to the Mountain Nation, they buy those hay. And, you know, I don't know if there's a limit on people to buy hay or what, but I'd like to know.
Well, I can go to that one. Yeah, we hear a lot of complaints about that one, and also weeds and dirt. So that area, we try to help and educate our customers also, plus other chapters as well. That area, since it's off from Navajo, it's hard for us to either go or ask for, I guess, nomination support. Again, there's a lot of individuals that do retail a lot of our hay. We talk to them directly when they come onto the farm, and there's one truckload a day. But again, they'll hire from Navajo that will come up here themselves to start. But again, there's set limits there at the scale down. Right now, we have a bell in the 64 foot reach height, and also the big bell as well too. But that's the only way we control. But the thing also too is to look at the market to see how much they're actually selling it for compared to us. If we start to drop the price, they start to jump into this area as well. So that's hard for us, but we do address it to them as well. If it's a non-Navajo that comes into our store, we just let them know, hey, we're Navajo Nation, this is help people. Hard to let Navajo say, they say, hey, well, we have a census and we have a right to buy it too as well. Like, do we or do not, but we do address it to them to let them know, hey, that's what's going on down there. Our customers as well too, so we invite them to come up here and buy from us as much as they want, especially our Navajos that are coming out, let's say from Chinle or Delcon to the city of those areas too, continue to reach out. And same thing with I do take your recommendation also maybe to a letter and just kind of inform the chapters of this. Also, there are presentations when we go out there, we provide the same information out there to them as well. Same thing with dirt that's coming in our hay, we get some complaints out of there too. Again, any farming operation, we do have challenges, especially with rodents and all that kind of stuff. We go into detail on how we're doing our process here, especially if we have weather damage bells as well too. So we educate. The best thing for us to do is educate. You know, upfront, hey, this is what it is. Yeah, pretty much guides us. But that is a really big thing that we face, especially. I think Chinle had that same scenario here, where an individual hay buyer came out to NAPI, bought hay with the same time as Chinle. Then that hay buyer went directly to Chinle, asking them, hey, can I buy all that hay? And he's telling it just right there in Chinle. The Chinle chapter still has the same issue as us. Their advantage is since their chapter, they said no to that buyer and sent them away. That was this is on their nomination.
Okay, Madam Chair, stepped out, so I'm gonna go ahead and take over. I'm gonna go ahead and give it back to Liz.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Go ahead, one other question that I have from earlier, folks, when we were talking about organic. Organic Janego, the Nahegi in the Studio Son and Answer Nangi, the Church of Aqua Shepherd, wish to donate organic. So, any thoughts?
They do ask us when we were selling the organic potatoes at Region 2, and we did explain to them the process. Because Block 9 is all organic, and how we certify it. Although what is not applied, how the seeds come in, they're not treated, that's what we tell them, and then how it's planted. We go through that process, and at the end, even the equipment that we use, we don't use we make sure we sanitize it. That's how we, go through that process and production. That's what we tell them, and then when we take it into storage, your conventional, they do fumigation in storage to keep it from growing. Could you see the organic, everything, it's just your cooling system, that's what we monitor, that's what we tell them, but so, people just, that's what we tell them, and, we had a lot of our Navajo customers. When we ran out, they were asking if we had additional, or we had any more organic potato, and there is a difference between the taste and how.
Okay.
Thank you, Rosen, for your response. Kända att den här var the next lady would get later on here with that. The reason I'm asking about this was the other day I was driving this road towards Region 2 for the other towards Ogo, and I saw a plane spraying. It was flying really low, close to their water sprinkler system. I was just watching, driving slowly, and I seen it was spraying. That's why. Is that something that you all use, or is that a on there?
That is the aerial application, and if your crop, if you can't get your sprayer in there, for example, your beans, they get to a certain height and you can't get your sprayer in there, your corn gets to a certain height that your sprayer can't go in there to apply they could be applying fertilizer, they could be applying herbicide, which is your, something to kill the weeds, and then your pesticide, if they get, spider mites, aphids, whatever, in the crop, and they need to control it, there's a threshold, number that they look at, and it is beyond that, you gotta control it, otherwise, that those bugs will start, insects will start to eat at it, and that affects your yield. Your alfalfa, when it gets, the armyworm, aphids, they all have threshold, and if you can't get your sprayer in there, that's what we apply it with the aerial. And again, when we apply it with the aerial, we post it. We announce it where we're going to be spraying. That's what we do. That's what the aerial plane is for. The same thing with the potatoes. A lot of times, potatoes is what we use to apply pesticides or herbicides on the potatoes. I think that's probably what was going on during that time. So when we do that, you have a alfalfa field, let's say that's right here, and you have a bean field here, and there could be drifts go. That's why during harvest, we take samples, and we run those samples through the lab to make sure that there is no residual on what we're going to be packaging and selling to the consumers. So when those tests come back, they'll tell us if there's no residue. Yes, there's residue. Just like, for example, that Navajo tea. There's 3 places that we pick, and we pick for seeds. And there's a lot of it grown across the farm. In one area, when we pull seeds to see what residue it has, one place had herbicide residue on that seed. Another area of the farm we picked to see what residue that was on there, and we had pesticide residue. So people that pick across the farm, you could have one or the other. So what we have our Navajo tea at is out of the way of all of this activity that's happening. So again, that the aerial spraying is we do use it. Necessary if we have to, otherwise we don't use it.
Thank you. Honorable Artiso?
Thank you very much. The other is that, I guess, you'll never satisfy everyone, whether it's in business, whether it's in politics, whether it's in home, you know, I did question, but the thing about it is that public education, we're a product of, really, you know, that's your, strong, is that could really help you, especially with the weather damage and even not, you know, when you bale a hay, when when you cut hay, I cut hay before because, there was a sponsor, and you cut it when the weather's nice, and stay the night, okay? That moisture, quite a natural to answer that, these are animals that don't harm, wildlife. Maybe making these comments. But again, the heat, I don't just mold, you know, this is what you buy. It's really unpredictable what you buy. You know, we need, may a reasonable, and, the other permit holders, but it didn't produce any cabs, no. We went after the, person that we leased it from. And he just said, no, these were all tested and they're fertile and they can, maybe it's your cow. You get that cow, and get it checked. Get it checked if there's something wrong with it. You should give it that, no. Sure enough, there was something wrong with cow can't eat it. So, person, you know, and my response was, when you invest something of your own money, at least you move and find hay, you really don't know what the outcome will be. Now, make a best judgment to buy or lease and things like that. But, I did try to get hay from Nancy, but and about a year and a half ago, he changed me, so I don't have the horses pinned up now. So put them on the range and put a forage out there and how to handle my horses. And again, this public education is something that get on, you know, their ways or wherever. You know what they're buying. Also, the organic stuff. My wife, we have a couple of garden beds. Then, I can't see then she's going to come on level. I did that. Always called army soap. That's not Walmart, not me. It's sort of like a minty, soap. Get some of that and put it in the water and you spray it on your tomato plant. That's going to kill it. Oh, that's but one not initial evidence. There's nothing but take tomato plant with mines that are on there. So it's you can take it down. I don't know. This advice is coming from Council Delegate. So come and finish this is what my grandma used to use. Those are just some of the things, and again, I appreciate it. The other is that I had one of my farmers ask if we produce, for instance, like squash bunch of squash. And that, how is there an opportunity that we can work with, Nancy? Try to get our produce, labeled as organic, working with them. Maybe we can bring them in and they can try to meet the supply. And I told, it's just like ranching. You're gonna label your beef as organic. You're not gonna have to feed it. You're gonna never give it hay. You're always gonna give it grass. You're only gonna give it certain vaccination. Just like, basic thing, A, B, C, you know. And once you start putting other stuff into your cattle, I said, it's not organic. Beef producers, even, there's certain criteria you have to follow. Again, the nanny's own beef, we are bad people, so it's time to get that name, the time has expired. No, I haven't turned my application in. It's like the hardship test. I think it, expiration date happened not too long ago, and I got a call. I haven't turned in my application. It's the fault of the government. So even now, these kids, maybe there's another avenue that we can help with our producers that get out there to help. You know, see, over Fruitman Valley to Shiprock, to Cuddy. They get that they go and just go many farms and see what goes on in the Wheatfield area. So that's in so then just my thought, you know, enterprise, some sort of direction, maybe working with the Department of Agriculture to try to get that to get their crops to be legal. I know it has to go through a certain process with the has in place, and you have to meet certain criteria for food consumption. Yeah, it is scattered.
Okay, I'll comment on that. The, certification, 3 years, is in the same place, and, your documentation, your land work, has to be everything that you do through that process is documented. That is what time of the day, when did you plant, what did you, your equipment that you're using has to be sanitized so that you're not taking from what you use over here and you put it over here in what you call organic. And so all of that has to be documented, and at a certain time of the year before you plant or after you plant and you're ready to harvest, there's an inspection. They come out and they do an inspection on the product that you have. And throughout the season, you have to have someone to come, a third party, to come in and do those inspections. So that you don't have, let's say, your equipment, you're working on it and you have your WD-40 that's sitting there, you're using that, you cannot, certain things you cannot use. So that documentation for the 3 years you become audited, then they tell you, you are now certified as an organic producer. But it's documentation, it's the mini bianchi, the paperwork. And we have our ATRL manager. She used to work for a walnut farm in Las Cruces. That She's very good at that. Able, not spoken much, and she's always on us. She unexpectedly will do inspection throughout the whole farm. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort to get your certification.
Russell?
I appreciate the explanation on this information. I just would like to say that, uneven, the reason why I say that is, if we had changed freeze frame, the cattle that I have as part of the native beef program, changed from the iron freeze brand is a bahasnei, that Brandon iron would have rust on there, whether, basically show things and cooler temperature. And we just don't know, sometimes if you have it on there too long, it penetrates the skin or shortly, then maybe be dead. So I do understand that part and get behind that, even because, you have farmers out there, that have drip system now, and I seen a couple of fields where you can see rebar that needs shield. Just drip system cut, and so basically, this is the fastest way for again. It's not just. This tells me the reason why there's those plastic pieces that you buy at the store for that purpose of that hold the clip in place. And again, they don't want to me, it looks like they don't want to get invested into it. And thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I think the staff here and the board members, I think you get a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Oh,
10-minute break? Coffee break?
yeah, no,
Pastry break? We're gonna take a 10-minute break?
Mm-hmm.
33.
Just
All right, Madam Chair, we're out of recess.
Thank you again, colleagues of the 25th Resources Development Committee, and also to the management team for NAFI, as well as the Board of Directors. Thank you. So I'd like to go ahead and continue with Ms. Yazdi's report.
We'll go ahead and go to the next slide. Here we have the feed corn.
Oh, yes. Oh, Ms. Yazdi.
Oh, okay.
Vice Chair has a question here, Senator Johnson.
Go back to that last slide. So back on March 13th, I bought my in-laws, 2 3/4-ton bales of hay from Finley chapter. Paid $340. And one bale was molded on the inside out. Contacted Chin Lee chapter, they said you need to contact Matthew Alton Yazdi, I think his name is. Whoever else handles the, so I did forward the email to NAFI representative. I was disappointed. Talking about quality and quality. Premium, not premium. So then, my in-laws, they had some quality horses, Empire Bloodline, Appaloosa, got sick, and it died. So lost another horse, another quarter horse, he died too. So that's all they feed him, quality premium alfalfa. And I'm not sure if that's, reason why their horses. That Appaloosa was a really nice horse. And it's I told them, I said, you guys can do what you guys need to do, give them the receipts. And Lee said, go contact, Nappy. That's what I did, and I get nowhere with that. So, then Chin Lee was asking me to haul it back. I'm not going to haul it back. We loaded up into our in-laws truck trailer. They pay diesel, they pay gas. I'm not going to drive that with quarter-ton hay, so it was no good to us. So what do you do about that?
So if it was, so let's say it was directly to you, you have that back to the receipt.
I'm not going to drive it back over here to.
So back to the.
I'm probably not the only one that this has happened to.
So back in the receipt, we do have a return policy, but if, let's say that picture came to me, I sold it directly to you, I would take the picture and use that as return, so that all that is return for you. And you won't have to bring back the bill, but the picture will stand as a return, so that it's, the complaint won't be filled out on my app, no, I'm not going to. Quality or different kind of grade, it or else the return. That's what we do on our part. A lot of these bills back get towards the end again when the damage happened, and then I believe what the quality was, the lower quality was just a fair accounting of the damage. Just letting everybody know, even showing chapter, that's what we had. Anything that we had in inventory, but I guess they were having some inventory and currently, so we worked together with them, and I remember that complaint, but we told them the same thing, just go ahead and let us know how many bales, we'll go ahead and they can come over here with a tractor truck and we'll load them up and then they deliver back out to you, so. We'll see the other customers as well that comes in. A lot of them do come in, I mean, the bales on the outside can be green, sometimes on the inside, depending out with bale, out in the field, some it's like a hit or miss kind of a type. And a lot of them we don't know until actually, a lot of customers. Again, if it's open, we don't require for them just to bring it back. If it's on the truck, they can bring it back and just dump it for us, and then we'll shoot. Equal or either higher or whatever it is. And that. I just need pictures, you know, because sometimes in the past we did have some customers doing the same thing, but it wasn't our bale. We don't go that again or grass. That's how we should do our reserve. It goes out to these chapters too, where if it's a free side, they have some problem with rain or damage on it, so they're welcome to bring it back and do the exchange. But again, they should do a lot, and then I'll just fill out the report.
Yeah, I mean, each chapter has that receipt, the carbon copy of that. I also have it on my phone from my Wells Fargo account. Give that transaction.
Yeah, so then Wilson was just reached out to us and we did, if we still had the he had that problem too. There was one that he had a customer return, so it's a small portion of the week, maybe an inch in there. But that customer returned it there and he returned it back and we
Yeah.
So we try to work as best as we can with the customers, especially, again, a lot of them, hey, you guys don't feed directly just like the same day. We got kind of stored it after them. Work with myself and also the field. Details just to make sure that we satisfy the customer. If not, do as much as we can. If we don't have that grade in hand, the next purchase will be with a discount. And like, we're faced out here with different challenges, and with this many acres, we bale that close to maybe 2,000 to 5,000 bales a day, and it's a hit or miss out in the field. It's brought up to us, and then it's given back to our crop manager's office, let them know that, hey, this came from this area, this field, and cutting, monitor it too.
You know, the black two bales, the other bale is perfect, it's fine. You know, just like you said, hit or miss, you know.
Yeah, that's what we do, all the managers, even myself, and also the other farmers, we came for that. Some areas that we're not out there, the officers are being done, but again, we try to stay all this stuff out here.
Yeah, they're regular customers in that region, you know, they're from all the way up from the Ganado area. That was the first time I see it.
I believe right after that Chimney chapter, we talked to them, they said, let's go ahead and stop because, you know, the last note that all our inventory was and stuff that was going out, but we did give notification and posted and was possible from my being inside again.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Arnold Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, RC, board members, good morning. Mr. Cowboy, Michelle, I know we get a lot of calls from shoppers, being delegate, goes reference to hay. Since we haven't received good moisture for the last 2 months, there's a demand for hay from shoppers. I know you mentioned surcharge revolving. I believe it's going to be a demand for hay the next 2 months, and I know you're going to limit the sale of hay again, probably 15 bales per customer or something like that. Is that going to happen again this year? We reached out to the chapters right now. There's no. I guess I'm not talking about individual customers that are coming in for hay. Are reaching to you. Are you going to limit hay sales to each customer? Well, what we do there is, at the beginning, when we had no hay in the yard, we were bringing in truckloads. At that time, we tried to limit it because if someone comes in just with a flatbed and they wipe out, and we detect about 100. Which is only one and two L. We tried, that time we set a limit, try to spend as much sales as we can, for as many people as we can. Since now, you see how much inventory we have, our limits are starting to increase. Like this past weekend was 64, but today we're going up to 96, and then also 6. Anytime we have inventory, we start to increase. We don't have inventory, we start to decrease to try to spread it out as much as we can, as much people as we can. So the limit now is 90? 90, yeah. The three times, going up to 90. So we try to look at it as cube, because one cube is 64, and then the truck, I'm sure they're also like a big gooseneck they have, but maybe they split that cube in two, so it's about 90,000, so they take. There's also some customers that are coming in from either Galcon to the city or those areas, and they come in as a family, and right now we're working with them. She said now we talk about now we have inventory. If they wanted more, they can work together with.
Would it be possible to, I know you can send your website, but send an email to all the delegates, so we have this information on hand person?
Oh, yeah.
On hand person, because I haven't received email from NAPA yet on the 11th of A and B, so each customer. Now, if we get that, at the same time, you guys put it out on your website, that helps a lot, because I don't look at your website every single day. So what you send out on your website, you send it to the delegates, at least we know beforehand what we can convey to our constituents. That helps a lot. So, I know I get called, I don't know why, I'm not a NAPA personality. What's the limit at NAPA? I was like, I don't know, so I kind of look at the website, but you get, I kind of beforehand the information they get out. So being an oversight, I think we get those questions. Supposedly we're supposed to know everything about NAPA. Any information will help a lot and get it beforehand, so you can convey that information to our constituents and our colleagues and do the same thing. So I appreciate that too. That can be done.
Mr. Curry?
Well, I might point out that part of the reason for those limits on bales was mentioned earlier. Elliott Ness, we have the speculators that come in here, and obviously they're not doing it out of kindness of their heart, and by trying to so that everybody has a chance to get hay, rather than coming and cleaning out inventories and taking it to Kirkland, et cetera, and turning around and selling it. Then you get into the problem, well, there was a bad hay maker. So where did you get it? Well, you got the NAPA, and then you come to NAPA, but they never bought any hay from us, and it's that process, how that just gets passed down. That's the first name that comes down. So, trying to be fair about things. Vigilant is a concern. Like, Delegate, so.
Okay.
I think that, what is created is the middleman. And the middleman takes on that risk. And hey, whether, and then, like I said, it comes down to baling. When it's baled, things like that, moisture gets in there, and even down to storage, hauling, things like that. And even if when they get it back to their place, it's tie up, really wrap it up with, tarp and say, oh, we're gonna protect it. You have to allow some air in there. If you want to put it up, just like put a bag over it, and it's gonna start to mold. You don't know when that hay was baled. It's an initiative. I'm not on shit. Here come out, I mean, things like that. And it comes back to that, how people store them at home again. I did none of that. Don't sleep on that bit for exposure. I think, you know, if you have your number, that you, sure that NEPI could get paid out to the, producers, to the limits for dairy, you know, by the feed out there. They're indirectly with limits for dairy. A lot of the hay that's coming up from Phoenix, from Parker, from along the Colorado River, they come in like that too. What's that, back on the Western Agency, that come in, and they come in like that to the City of Curly Valley. You always have that, you know, and it's just, take that, how well the hay is taken care of. There's a lot of birds in there. There's one hay bale that I, cut open at one point. My oldest son did, there's a snake in there. And the snake from down south. You don't know what type of critters are in there. And there's, hay that, I just would buy hay by the month. Bale. Horses in. And, a bale for next month. There's one hay that we had that had, a rat nest in there. So, I noticed that there's a lot of, money that was rented around, and things like that. It's probably the hay that, you know, then they said it has to be a lot so you just don't know what's in there. Sometimes you get, you know, the field trash too in there. Taylor doesn't know that. But they had to cut me in jail. They had to cut me. I don't know, this would not be, turn it around, just toast it right out and wait for that perfect moment to bail it. And that's how the bail. Again, you know, an enterprise, you're charged, you were created for a certain reason. And that should be the very thing that should be on your mind is to serve you. And other areas that need attention, just put more attention to it and try to put out the fire where the fires are lit. You know, you need to provide. So, thank you.
Commissioner, yeah, Honorable Alonso. So back to Mr. Cowboy Johnson.
Okay. We'll go ahead and go to the next slide. This is our seed corn. This year we planted 15,150.1 acres. That is number 2 seed corn, and it's only for animal consumption. And right behind that, once we harvest, is we graze those corn stalk fields. The early, there'll be some different variety, not varieties, number of days for these corn, your 90-day corn, your 100-day corn, 120-day corn. We plant behind it. The 90 days, if they mature and ready for harvest, and the wheat is being planted, we'll plant directly into the corn stalk. So those are some of the practices that we're doing is no-till, where we don't till up the residue that's out there. We just plant directly into it so that we don't have a lot of soil erosion and also for the soil health. So if we don't graze it, we plant wheat into it. Winter wheat, we planted 2,401.5 acres. And again, we contract a lot of these two products out. But along that line, we use a lot of our own, wheat to produce the Navajo Pride flour. And then we also, the second crop behind that is straw. We, cut the straw, it's contract out, so, or it goes to the yard. That's also good feed. It's a filler. We do take nutritional value off of that also to see what it is. And, the straw, there's the long straw and the short straw. So the short straw is what's used, majority of the time for feed. So, and those two, feed corn and also the winter wheat. And I'll get it to you for the, market.
Seed corn also goes.
Questions real quick?
Yeah, it's going to kind of go off the marking here. And I look at the feed corn, and it says a secondary crop fall grazing.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of goes into seal or, I'm just actually can answer this. What's the status of the custom grazing? Okay, it goes, are we going to go hit that area? Okay.
Okay, back to you.
Okay, so again, the feed corn, the number 2 feed corn also is the winter wheat, traded on our Navajo Pride LLC. And also the wheat. That is also determined to capture the best price that we can for those two crops. A lot of them is contracted to our local customer, which is Great Dollar Food down in Flagstaff, or down there, and also including the dairy farms here in Mexico. All that we go to there. And also the chicken farm as well. And that's something too that we do, is we help the chicken farm, and again, those manure that we back from them too, that this natural compost that we have. So those are the kind of stuff that we practice. And also, of course, our flour that we have, and that one is something or and also wheat that we push out here. And one of them, since we do have a flour mill here on the site, that's what that blueberries and all that. Which is the
Honorable Otto?
So, interesting question that came up from home. Mostly, no, I know you not nothing, but, bluebird, that flower. Not right, you know, I think. Is there a change in the process of all flour mill? No, you should try to, bluebird flower change, how the, their, you know, whatever, you know. Go. And then, what you say is, you has a different texture to the cuttle, you know. I think probably, maybe you grow a little bit of muscles, not, but, again, this is just, was one of the comments that I got on Bluebird, but I'm not sure if there was any change in how the flour meal that made overall taste. Thank you.
I think every meal is milled differently. I know Bluebird has their bleach. They put that in there to bleach, of course, the flour, but also allows it to break down a lot faster. That's all. What it costs, yeah, the suspension there.
I know.
Yeah, so, but if that process is shortened to push out the quality, of course, that quality will be affected. That would be the difference, but I don't know their process there. But for NAFI, we specialize in baking of ours. So ours is not bleached, of course, ours is all natural, it's not bleached flour. And then if you see our flowers too, we still have provide the shell with it, so you'll see the brown part of it. Like that flavor in ours. It's different. And it depends on the mailing process. Ours is pretty much, the cloth milling is not what we have on our side. They have a different milling on their side too. Another time you can go back to the crop, what kind of protein level, when they were harvested at that point, so they look at the protein level, like ours here is being tested. Certain customers will want certain protein, our flour mill will have a certain amount of protein that will go to. So those are a really big factor on that. If it's being bleached, that's the one you really have to pay attention to. The being processed and how long. They're cutting it short, and that's how you see the difference where the dough will just start to fall apart. That's what happens. Just find out what pride is, you know.
Yeah.
So do you have a store, or do you, where do people go to purchase like flour and potatoes?
We have a farm store here, probably 2 scale. All the private,
So it's that way?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's really that way. Of course, we have them online as well.
Oh, good.
And we have them at Team Arson for local, and then also for the international, he goes into the Smith and also Cougars.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Matt?
Thank you, Chair. Otto, appreciate your presentation. NAFI really has some good products. One of them, the flour was featured on the Allen Show. They were cooking and all that, and they had API flour right there. So we have something to be proud of here at NAPI. So just wanted to say that, and go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matt. Vice Chair?
Sure. I was also watching the show on, the world famous, pizza out of, down in Phoenix. I guess this guy came from New York and started his own pizzeria. The reason why he moved from New York, from Italy to New York to Arizona is because of the flour. Best in the world, they said. And I guess whoever mills the flour down south, actually, that some of that flour that's used in their pizza is sent to the flour, is sent to Italy. That's where they're purchasing the flour from, is in Arizona. So it's that market and going to Italy. But that's what they said, is because they did their own research, the genetic, all this stuff, and best soil, the best temperature, and this region, the southwest region. I was surprised. I was like, wow, maybe Natchez should get into that, pizza flour.
I'm going to give it to Honorable Simpson first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of RDC, Chair, and Vice Chair. Mr. Cowboy, on this milling wheat for level 5 flour products, do we still have that, the flour still being made here? Or are we just selling the wheat to the company to produce the flour and use the Apple Pride name?
What we have on that one right now is since the flour mill is underneath, entitlement at this point. We're using Valencia flour mills, now our flour. Yeah, our wheat that's on there.
Where's the set?
Austin.
As soon as?
Yeah. That is the closest milling that we have compared to what we had, milling operation.
Can you inform the RDC here why we're not milling why we don't have it here anymore?
We have some management disagreements with the company known as Panhandle Milling, who was home milling our wheat for us to produce low price. We've come to a dissolution of that, but we're waiting on the final from our attorney to take care of that. Quite frankly, what it amounted to was we weren't basically receiving our royalty. We were entitled to for the flour.
Thank you for your.
And that's in dissolution right now. We don't have the signed documentation, so we're just having to sit quietly until that's taken care of, and then that's resolved, and we'll press the next approach.
Thanks for that information. Honorable Phil.
Cool. Thank you for that information. As an enterprise, you know, council created the enterprise for a purpose. It's got certain authority. Certain things that an abolition government can't do. And your directive there is pretty much how to manage your own. But again, I'm on that. You guys on try to make a lot of the see that a lot of the enterprise political portion makes it better up. You're here for a purpose. You're here for a reason. You're created for but the enabling legislation allows you to govern. That's what council gave you. Enabling legislation. Find that information and indirect for issue for go through the getting noodles on that. Things have added, you know, talks about bringing company. The other is that, the, we know that, when you guys, harvested and, do you guys bale your wheat also, after it's harvested? At those, grandmother used to buy oats from here, that's bale. Years ago. You know, that was this, that also. Wheat is harvested.
On the straw bale,
Yeah.
yes, we do, we bale the 3 twine and also the 3/4 ton, the big bales. We have those two, they bale it in the short straw. They have the short straw and they have the long straw. Long straw is pretty much used for bedding, but the short straw, mixed with your feed, Yes, we sell that through Region Two scale.
Does that answer your Honorable Phil?
One more, also, in the grain market, that's the next page, when we talk about grading and so forth, but has Nancy ever thought about moving forward with a, meat butcher? I know that a couple of years ago, New Mexico went under supremacy that, animal cruelty stuff was coming up and lobbying, legislature and so forth. But there hasn't been any type of planning or even just considering opening up a meat butcher shop on the road. You have sweet potato cost. Now we're large scale. These guys got to get on the rig down there. And got gentlemen that pick up some beef too over there. They sell it by the bag, and they even have the sheep head there. So that's what I'm getting to. Because I always go there. Skeeter, who I always go to. And that's what I'm getting to. Down to animal price, I know that it entails of other things to expand on, because you're gonna have animals to house. You're gonna need a feedlot, and I know you guys have a feedlot. There was a feedlot there once upon a time, but it doesn't have to be at that scale. But just some to get something out for beef producers. Because I always say I'm actually taking one of my calves or my late one of the heifers that was born last year. I've been taking him down to Skeeter. Skeeter's in the process. We take it to him every year. So why not buy steaks from the store? Because we don't know where it comes from. You look at that ground beef you buy at Walmart, that long log that you buy, it's probably coming from Brazil somewhere. When you look at their lamb there at Walmart, it's probably coming from New Zealand. That's why when you buy lamb there, when you taste it, just kidding, that not to make it at a large scale, but for, you could meet the local demands here around Farmington and Gallup, and maybe down to, as far as, I don't know, Durango, because late Senator Pinto has a small butcher. He used to sell meat at Gallup. I don't know if it's still open. They used to sell he said have a store there. I'm not too sure if it's still open there in Gallup, but he had that. That's what I'm getting to. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Honorable Otto.
We'll discuss it on the custom grading page.
Okay, I'll go on that. All right, with that, I'd like to go back to Cowboy Miss Yowzy.
Okay, we'll go to the next slide. Here is our the ranching, the grazing, services that NAFI is providing and offering, to our Navajo customers, and also we have outside non-Navajos that come in. But we always try to make, Navajo customers, ranchers, or producers, priority.
If I could give you a little bit of intro in on this. So the custom grazing program that we're starting is, we started it to a small extent right now. You know, there's multiple goals on that. The number one goal for that custom grazing, one of them is to relieve our rangelands of overgrazing pressures. You know, if you do drive between here and Crown Point, you know, it's pretty barren. And then along Shiprock in that area, a lot of that's barren due to overstocking issues and wild horse issues. So that was one of the reasons why we're starting this custom grazing program, is to alleviate that pressure out there. And also, you know, our tribal ranchers are used to taking our cattle to the local auction market and getting whatever they get, you know, and it's always been that way, and it's become routine to everyone. You know, that's just what we do. You know, we put 3 or 4 or 5 head in a trailer and we take it and we sell it, and then we're good to go. But what people aren't realizing is that we have, you know, we're at near record highs for cattle right now, but we're also at near record highs for input, you know, with diesel, gas prices, fertilizer prices. So that margin is still pretty tight, even though we're getting record highs for these products. So, what we're hoping to do is give them an alternative to maybe retain ownership on their cattle longer. And with use of NAFI pivots, they can get, you know, up to 3 pounds of gain a day versus 1 pound or less on their home rangeland. And that opens them up to a whole new marketing area that they haven't been into before. And then maybe from there, we can help influence some of the genetics before they go home. But that's long-term. We could eventually help out with the marketing side, marketing in lot loads, semi-loads of cattle versus small trailer loads. The other part is we want to educate our tribal ranchers, because we don't want to take advantage of them and we're number one in hay sales, but we're making it off of desperation, you know. And so we see our tribal members substituting purchasing hay for lack of forage, and many times they're dry lotting in corrals and in small lots and just feeding them and hauling water without proper management of their overall grazing permit or their overall land. Nothing's really being settled, or succession or transition planning isn't happening from grandparents to kids to grandkids and, you know, further. So what we want to do is, you know, educate them and let them know the different qualities of hay, the crude protein values of each of the hay, as, you know, that way they're not purchasing a premium hay to feed a cow that only needs, you know, 8% crude protein, and they're buying 22% crude protein. So a lot of times when you get hay from like Gila River or down south, those are high protein hay, and that's being fed to cattle. So what that does is that gives them a cow cost of $1,800 or $2,000. And for their calves, a lot of times they're only making $1,200, so they're upside down like $800. But they don't realize it because they get a fat check, you know, at the auction.
Yeah.
And so what we're proposing with this custom grazing program, when we work out the tweaks, is for them to drop off their cattle, leave it here maybe 4 or 6 months, eventually maybe closer to year-round, once we build our infrastructure to that scale. And they can have cow costs of $400 to $800, and they can actually make a $200 or $600 profit depending on their marketing. And then for us, what that does for NAFI, having those cattle as a tool that we can use to fertilize our own fields. And what that does is that opens us up to regenerative ag marketing at that point. So we can say that we're not using those chemicals, we're not using those planes that are flying low and stuff like that. We're using cattle to fertilize our fields and some more intensive grazing. But eventually, Mr. Zeller, when he first started here 5 years ago, right off the bat, we talked about a NAFI plate. And, you know, the potential of that being served at some of like the local casinos. So the NAFI plate would consist of, you know, our own flour from the tortillas, our chilies, maybe sheep or beef or whatever, even bison. There's bison that the tribe owns can be served on a NAFI plate. So eventually that's where we're going with it. I know, Mrs. Yazzie and Mr. Cowboy and Mr. Zeller they've been sitting, on some of these, opportunities for grant money to build a slaughter facility. But those brick and mortar facilities are large scale, and you need a huge economy of scale to keep them going. And I don't know if we have that buy-in right now. So, you know, what makes more sense is maybe a mobile slaughter unit, maybe 2 or 3 of them, and, you know, kind of fill out the different regions, maybe, you know, to the city or wherever. Some of the issues with that is what to do with the offal, the innards. You know, that's an EPA issue, so that has to be addressed when you do go that route. And then, you know, during COVID, we could only offer processed food in those boxes. There was no fresh meat, there was no fresh fruit, you know, most of it was just processed food. And I talked to, you know, some of these IHS doctors, and they said, you know, diabetes did go rampant, you know. And so, in the future, you know, we're talking about investing in cattle here at NAFI to have our own source of a protein source and build on that. But in order to get there, we're gonna have to, you know, have partnerships and have investors to do this. One of the issues that we're gonna talk about later this afternoon is, bringing on an Anglo rancher, a large-scale rancher, to help us get there, to teach us how to identify these sick cattle. Because when you bring cattle on from all over the red or all different states, you're openly susceptible to commingling issues. It's like a kindergarten, and they get sick. And when they're stressed, they're more apt to die. So this guy that has this expertise said that he'll pay NAFI to bring his cattle on, and he'll help train us to get our staff where they need to be, so we can start bringing on more cattle and going that route with it. But ultimately, I think this really ties into our sovereignty as a nation, because you're not truly sovereign unless you can feed yourself. And a lot of tribes, they don't have a farm, you know. So, but when the casino shut down for them, they were in, you know, they were in kind of a bad position because they didn't have a source for food. So this is what we're basing this on, this foundation, and we're just now starting to grow it out, and we're having multiple meetings to get this off the ground. So that's the intro into this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to go ahead and give it to Honorable Ness.
Thank you, Chair. Although, whatever happened with the nasty feedlots over there on the east side? I used to see thousands of cattle over there, and now you see a bunch of weeds growing over there. And is there a chance of reviving it, or was it feasible to have it?
You mind if I talk on it? So to have a feedlot, you have to abide by confined animal line.
Let me hear from Dave.
Okay.
The answer is yes. Simply, we saw a number of conditions occur, one of which was the drought, COVID, everything. We're looking at the extremely high price of corn, et cetera, to where it simply didn't make sense to have the feed yard open. We weren't even able at that point really to cover depreciation for the feed yard. So rather than throwing money away, mothball it until the time presents itself, become profitable again. cattle that are available in the area. You know, cow herds are, national cow herds at the lowest it's been in 60 years. When we try to retrieve data on how many cattle are actually out there, pretty suspect. And those are the kinds of numbers that drive whether you can have a slaughter plant, as an example. We all agree that having a slaughter plant would be a great boon to this general economy, but, A, who's gonna pay for it, and B, are you willing to operate it at a loss if that's what it takes? So, Ms. Yossi and I believe Dwayne's been in on some of those meetings. Yeah, we've been dealing with, USDA. I don't know, 4 calls, 5 calls, 6 calls probably, on, just, they call it indigenous animal harvesting, but it would be, expanded to where it would include beef, goats, sheep, et cetera. It's not just indigenous animals. Quite frankly, though, we run into another problem because a lot of these grants and the programs that we work on have to be nation to nation. They don't let it be enterprise to nation. It has to be nation to nation, which means that we have to have input from Navajo Nation. That's been a problem.
Great, does that, clarify your question, Honorable Nash? Does that clarify, Kushi? I'm gonna give it back to, let me give it to, Honorable Otto first.
I think this program pertaining to the custom grazing, is important, and I think, right, to help the directly impacted area of overgrazing. And a lot of the overgrazing is dealing with, you know, the stocking rate. I would say that only on Navajo you'll see zebra. You see this brindle that crosses the beef master, and then there's all those kinds of cows. Oh, that's a beef master, a brindle, and, or you'll have this cow that has round spots, and, you know, and that has, I don't know if it's dairy cow attributes to beef master or whatever, you know, and meaning that, you know, that's the reason why when the producers take their cows to the auction, it's bought at the low value. I don't know, they tell us again, oh, it's because of the bargain. Heck no. It's not because of the bargain. The nation sold it at one point and had to buy it back because of its value. So, I think that, this program pertaining to the grazing, custom grazing, I think it's very, beneficial for the ranchers that are directly impacted by local. This area now that, and yesterday, we to do some, minor, pad work and shape by time the shore. And then when I would get off the horse and walk around and start on the horse. Nine range, total 9 units that we have in that range that we work. And, you know, and you see that. Should he and I'll get off the horse, do the that, walk off, and I'm not just that. On the horse. Before they put it. No. And I think that, the rancher, and I think that's what, Matthew should look at, talking with farm agriculture. Tie this to the forage management back to the home, because there's still housing horses out there. Fertile horses, you look at the value of a horse versus the value of a cow, it's two different things. Sana feeding, and then they try to buy my meal. But it's probably only worth about $200-300. And he wanted 2 heifers. No, I'm just throwing money away. We'll sell it elsewhere. I have 2 heifers, they can market. I get about, on a middleman, auction price, I get about $1,000 on a heifer. 500 to 550 pounds. And, no, I'm just throwing my money away. But, I think that, if this is tied to that, that would allow the land to rest and forage to grow back. That's the main thing. The other is that, animal health. That's the main thing about, what's required in this region. If you're not giving your animal, the vaccination, this steak that we're eating, where's it coming from? Maybe from Brazil. Maybe it's majority. So if you look at the southwestern market area of the United States, the beef production comes with Safeway and all these other supermarkets that you guys buy from. They come from Brazil. Our market, it's fluctuating to, we're not producing at that level. Even have to go out. There's even meat that still comes in from England. So this market comes in from. I myself, we have a agreement with Labatt Meat Processing that takes the calves on our 14R. Every year, all their calves goes over there that we want to sell. And they have stringent animal health records. You have to have these records in order to have the back buy. These private autos are sent to meat comes in different grades. You have the regular choice, then you have the premium, you have the middle, then the Katanana, then you have the regular. Grading of meat. So when you see a steak that a T-bone steak would sell for $4.50. Oh, meat price is good. That's most likely you got it off of an animal that was really too healthy. That. So it's obvious, and I think it's a really good program. And I'm interested in it because I'm going to be eating my peak this year, and I plan to keep what my peak is and out and give me somewhere to overflow for the issue of and allowing them to keep it here longer and to help with the fertilizing process and so forth. So that's something that you guys have branches on hand that help with that. And I'm gonna go home. I have an aunt that has a permit and wants the land to rest too. An option for them. And give me more information on this. I should take it home because my region is directly impacted by a lot of overbreakers. Help them, and then at the same time educating them about herds. You can have quantities of cattle, but if you don't have the quality, your quantity, you may not make the money out of it. If you have the quality and you have a low number, you have a better interest of money. Totally how you, improve the breathing. Where mine, can't use a bull, you can't have a bull in there just to have a bull in there. You have to get them out of the range and then you have to get it checked and everything,
We can take a 20-minute break.
gas.
I've been talking. Can we just go ahead and take a 20-minute break, Mr. Tahi, so everyone could at least, eat their food peacefully instead of trying to just. Okay, so we'll take a 20-minute break and we'll recess now at 12:41 and come back at 1.
Thank you. I can't eat
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome back, everyone.
including our water delivery service. You hear all these in the news talking about drought and all these, irrigation issues. Here, we let them know about what kind of stuff that NAFTA is doing to prevent loss of water, education as well. And, again, hands-on too, like from the planting all the way up to when you're harvesting, also including the market, as some of these college students are also interested as well. We go out to Fort Lewis, NTU, and then college as well. We presented in some of these chapters as well, talking to them, letting them know. And it's just not just supposed to be on the farm. Some of them ask us to come out and talk about how our traditional foods, the value of what we grow here, like how to prep food mush out there, what's the meaning of this juniper ash being involved in that, like he mentioned about what's the difference between that unbleached and bleached flour, so what kind of information we provide them as well. Open up those, and of course, we go out there since the pandemic has ended. We're trying to go out to these areas like the fairs, these ag fest, and then of course, New Mexico, San Juan County, and also the Napa Nation as well. Try to provide as much information about NAFTA as possible. And we have a new generation that's coming on, try to educate them and letting them know, hey, you guys have a farm here and how big we are compared. And again, it comes back to that land recognition for Navajo, and they are Navajo too. You guys have a farm here, and that's what we're going to do. Also taking what you guys have mentioned, but education on irrigation, native foods, forage feeding, organic education, also the flour. We're putting that on there and sharing it with my team, but that's some of the stuff that we have. We go out to the community, and if there's an invitation, we'll go out there as well.
A really quick question, Mr. Cowboy. In regards to an extension program, like in regards to farming, I know right around the Staley proximity, they had a farm group that was established years ago. So now when you pass through there, a lot of the farms, or the fields are just sitting there, you know, and I'm just kind of wondering if that is one of NAFI's long-term goals to, because you see like New Mexico State University, they do extension programs, you know, local communities, like whether agriculture, in regards to, you know, just any topics related to agriculture. And in this case, it'll be the farming, like the corn that we had talked about, just to have our constituents go back into to farming in their local communities. And I don't know if that's an area that, your department has, talked about, or like right now in this case, Dene College.
We work together with Arizona's Senate office, also in New Mexico State as well.
Mm-hmm.
Go out there and work with them. And most of this is pretty much based on invitation. So the main thing is that we don't want to overstep boundaries into these other farms, but we are there to support the Navajo farmers. We have worked with Daleen, and we did our as well.
Mm-hmm.
And also we field farms, I believe this was before the pandemic, to donate to incentive pivots as well, and then provide the education and invite their personnel to work here on the farm to get educated and also to thing with the Loop Farm. I know myself and Lino, we went out there and were happy to start educating them on the commercial farm there and also the little deeper what they can do with that operation from the beginning down to the market, even if they ever like to expand on that farming operation. Recently, I believe the mini farms as well, they're starting to start to go again, and then we're there with them just to start fighting. A lot of ours is pretty much information and support to that as well. We want that one, and then, but again, our invite is for them to invite here to see the full operation. How much it's going to impact their area, what kind of behavior effects is going to happen. Again, we're going to support these little small farms as well.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, let me go ahead and give it to Honorable Mayor. Oh, no, not you. Who?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair, members of the board members, staff. Madam Chair, I know we go through these work sessions from different entities, and I believe some of these things that we still want to hear work sessions and what the entities about how can we help them on certain things they want to do changes on or improve on, or presentation give us, these are good presentations that have been given. But going back to Roslyn and all the, what's being presented, especially custom grazing. And I know Honorable Delegate also did mention slaughterhouse and Rose gave a presentation. How can we help you from RDC to make certain things, there's going to be improvement or certain things that need to be done within what you presented? We'd like to hear that. Since we're the oversight to where do NAPIs that we can help out, to where do we amend laws, policies that need to be done, help you out to address certain issues that you guys are working on. So custom grazing is one thing that we heard, that how can RDC help out make that a reality. So I'd like to hear it from CEO, Mr. Cowboy, Ozzy, and board members. So on this presentation, and apologize for other presentations that were made, I didn't ask that question. So for this presentation, we'd like to hear something from all the entities, what we can do, and for RDC, we can start working to make that happen. To assist, I think Madam Chair and members of RDC.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Simpson. So I don't know who wants to start in response to Honorable Simpson's question in regards to, grazing. And again, we heard Mr. Honorable Otto Stowe expound on it earlier before we broke for lunch, giving that opportunity for a lot of our Navajo constituents that hold grazing permits and that are ranchers. And it is a good thing because in Honorable Simpson's territory, we had the Navajo ranchers that came before RDC. And with just a drought and every aspect of management in regards to them being tribal ranchers, I'm sure that this would be a really, great opportunity for them to bring their livestock, because they're a part of the Navajo Beef Association. And again, their steaks or the meat that's coming from the cattle, they're grazing out there and bringing up into the market. It's inspected, and I believe it was their meat product that hit the casinos. So with that, I believe that is the question in regards to that. So I don't know if we want to take the lead in making a response.
Again, we're still trying to refine the grazing program, and that meeting scheduled late this afternoon. Working on that. I think of assistance from RDC is really in a number of other areas. I support on getting the NIP built out, as opposed to getting our water system supported financially the way it is supposed to. The other programs, I have the utmost confidence that we'll get them worked out internally in our people and our board. But when I think of RDC, I think of not just on the farm level, on elevated levels, in dealing with programs that we believe would be good for all Navajo. It requires nation-to-nation cooperation rather than enterprise. So we get pushed aside. We deal a lot with that in the water, Department of Ag as an example. There are other departments that I have worked with too. Probably not the best time, but just as an example, turmoil that my board has been through, being open, the election happened, the old president failed to move on it. Okay, new president comes in, now, this is July, so we're 7 months in. He has not been to the property. Secretary Holland will not come to Happy because she knows what will be put to her regarding the debt. We've had good conversations with Barry Newland, as an example. I feel very comfortable with our legal people that we have and our lobbying firm. I think they're the best out there. And there are other projects that we're working at, and that's not here on this farm level that you're talking about with, right now with regard to custom grazing. You can only wear so many hats at one time. And it was made explicitly clear to me when I started here that this company is to be profitable. We are to contribute to the Navajo Nation. We are not to go to the Navajo Nation and ask for money to bail us out. Those are the things that come to my mind. Trying to make sure that we adhere to Navajo preference in employment. And yet, have some problems there. Procurement, we're constantly dealing with that because I think there's a lot of problems in Window Rock they aren't used to handling. Perhaps an enterprise of this sort, or maybe just this kind of an enterprise. Maybe we're so different than everything else. And we try to work very closely with, for instance, INTAC is one of our providers of electricity here. We have 4 different power companies that provide energy here. So we're constantly dealing with that kind of situation. We're trying to safeguard the water that comes from Navajo Lake to here and where else. And that's been a difficult situation to deal with. We went to, President Nez is not here to defend himself, so I don't want it to be an attack, but we approached President Nez during his administration with projects like a water bottling plant. It was obvious that we needed more water distribution on Navajo Nation, and it was like, you know, we have the canal system here, we have the lake access, already have the land, so now it would just be a matter of building and the enterprise to run it. And we would go to him as an example for the Navajo Dam escrow account. So it doesn't even come out of Navajo Nation funds. It comes out of a totally different deal. That sounds like a great idea. We should do that in Arizona. Well, I think you missed the point. Your water is here. Okay? And we watched VP Leiser constantly lobby on our behalf with his running mate and get nowhere with it. And he'd come back here to us frustrated. And anyway, these are all other things that's where I look for support from RDC is we'll take care of farming. We will make extremely high quality products to go throughout, and not just throughout Navajo Nation, but that surplus goes throughout the entire United States. We have trade delegations coming here from Mexico just recently. We've had the Canadians already have come in, and they will be back in August, wanting to work on different projects with us. We would just like administrative efforts to be simplified. Working on things like, do we develop a meat harvesting company here? You know, we already know where we would put it. You know, we all have it in our minds where it would go, how it would operate. But who is going to be willing to pay for that if that can't really be a fiscally profitable endeavor? Just because it's good for us doesn't mean that we can afford to do it. So how much burden are we expected to deal with? As an example, example are, and Lionel will talk about this, our 50-year-old water system. How many items do any of you own that have made it successfully for 50 years and are still contributing profitably? And the way that chain is set up for our irrigation systems. You know, if we build out 10 and 11, which I firmly believe we should, it still gets tacked onto something that's 50 years old before it gets there. I don't know if he'll bring that particular point to light, but, you know, when we have most of our equipment failures, it's actually the newer systems that are failing, because they're not made as well, and they're dovetailing on the situation. It's like, oh, well, BIA, cheapest bid wins. But then when we go out to replace motors, oh, they're no longer available, they're obsolete. Or they have used different systems in terms of sizes, and so you're having to make those kinds of adjustments. And, you know, quite frankly, when I look at the employment thing here, and I mentioned in our last board meeting, I am extremely concerned about our water system and just finding engineers and techs to maintain our pivots. They aren't being generated out here. So, you know, we have ever increasing fuel costs, be it either electricity or gas. We have a declining labor source, even though we are working really hard to attract that. Then you have the political climate that we're dealing with. I have no doubt this staff can make super high quality products, and it doesn't matter whether it's alfalfa or the best chilies in the world. It doesn't matter. We can do it, and we will figure out how to do it. How much of it should we do if it's not really going to generate? One of our employees said, but when you look at our financial picture, it doesn't move the needle very much. How many of those different things can you absorb? You know, keep this company profitable. I'm sorry, I probably sounded like I was ranting and raving. My board's already used to that, so.
Yeah, so, you know, to go further, this could be something that can be shared, you know, with, RDC during the financial and audit overview, so that we could hopefully, you know, as, you know, oversight committee on the legislative side, we'd be able to, you know, whatever, you know, changes need to be done, whether if it's through legislation, I'm sure it has to be through legislation. But again, it's also having, you know, the president of the Navajo Nation on board and know what's going on as well. So, again, I do, you know, appreciate you sharing that information, and Honorable Simpson even, you know, asking the question. And again, I believe, you know, when we opt for these work sessions, those are the types of, you know, current challenges that the enterprises are experiencing, we'd like to hear. And, again, you know, to strategize on, you know, how do we go forward and trying to, again, you know, refine, you know, those, policies that are in place, and, whether, again, if it's at the state, or the national level, you know, that's what we're here for, you know, for the advocacy. So I do appreciate that. So, with that, I'd like to go ahead, Mr. Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This, Navajo Indian irrigation project should have been completed years ago. It's not completed due to the annual funding we get from the U.S. government. In the beginning, the funding levels were at about $20 million a year. And gradually, through the years, because of various reasons that the federal government has come up with, such as conflicts and wars and things that have come up, such as COVID as well, funding levels have gone down drastically. Now we're lucky to get about $3 million a year.
$3 million a year will not do anything for the project in areas of completion. Last term of the council, the speaker had developed a NIP subcommittee, and we tried to work subcommittee to find ways to increase funding levels for NIP. And we were not successful in trying to get that accomplished. And in talking with Mr. Simpson, we were trying to figure out what would be the best avenue to talk with the people that will listen in Washington and try to motivate them to look at what was promised a long time ago in completion of NIP. And how would we be able to work with them and try to get them to increase funding levels. During the last term, during the establishment of that subcommittee, NAPI and our board and our recommendation was to file suit against the U.S. government for the lack of funding and for not increasing any of those funding levels in any way, because at those levels, the project will never be complete. And their backlog on funding is in the millions. As Mr. Zeller has explained, the water lines out here are deteriorating. There are breaks here and there. Canals need to be repaired a lot, and so all of these numbers are gradually increasing every year. In talking with Mr. Simpson on this, we were wondering if it would be in the best interest to work on this with assigning a couple or two or three members of the Resource Development Committee to work with NAPI. Go and do the lobby in Washington and talk with those individuals that would listen and try to move forward in that direction, and possibly maybe even talking about going back and filing a lawsuit against the United States government for their breach and their lack of understanding and leading this project when this should have been done years ago. Kind of what we talked about, and I don't know how the committee feels on this. I really feel we need to get the attention of those that would listen in Washington to help us out in this project here, because we're just putting a bandage over a bandage over a bandage. Gradually, that bandage is going to give away, and once water stops, plants will stop growing and won't have anything production anymore. We want to complete a lot of these areas that are on the map there, and we need a lot of help in that area of federal funding. On you and your committee as oversight to work with us and try to get this thing funded to the most that they can offer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Platero. I do appreciate, the information sharing again. I believe this is where, Resources and Development Committee comes in, and I know that at times in the past that some of the committee members from prior council has traveled out to DC, but in terms of what committee, right now there's a tribal infrastructure budget consultation that goes on, and I know that there's one going on at the end of this month, is it, into August. And I know that one of our delegates, Mr. Nathan Nota, who represents Tohatchi Twin Lakes, I believe it's District 14, serves as a committee member on that natural resources, is it subcommittee? Subcommittee. And, if And this is where I did, reach out to Division of Natural Resources, which is Navajo Nation, in regards to projects like this, and maybe this would be one area that if, NAPI could, package information like this, then we definitely would have Mr. Honorable Nathan Nota advocate. Because again, he does have, agricultural background as well, Mr. Honorable Nota, and, giving him just the information, or if one of the representatives here from NAPI can be up at the, consultation meeting. I believe it's in, where is it at?
Niagara Falls.
Yeah, Niagara Falls. Then I'm sure that, this particular project, maybe not all the funding, but some funding will be earmarked for this project. So let me go ahead and allow time to, Honorable Otto.
Yes, a lot of it too is relating to, but, remember, Cheryl, the advocacy of the, budget. The line item that is currently existing inside Department of Interior. And one of my thoughts is how does the trustee work with, enterprise pertaining to, submitting the amount for their federal request to the federal budget, Does the Bureau of Indian Affairs, in this case, Mr. Mahoja, come to you and talk with you pertaining to the budget? That federal employees are geared to their own, process. What I'm getting to is that what has NAPI been presenting to Mahoja? Because that's where that federal line item exists, in the federal, budget at, TIBIC. That, TIBIC is there. Throughout my knowledge, the years I've been on council, and times I was on TIBIC, I've never seen NAPI there. Because at those budget formulation meetings, that's where funds could be moved around, working with the other tribes in that nature. So in this case, the last TIBIC we went to, we moved monies around for safety dam projects. That was a need that was brought forth from NAPI. Madam Speaker, and Newlands made that request to make that change there on the floor at TIBIC. So that's what I'm getting to, is that the communication from this organization directly with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and Gallup, what has been the communication like? How has Mr. Mahoja or the previous director worked with you guys to try to look at shortfall? Because the way years ago, the numbers were high. And what I'm getting to is that what Mr. Patero alluded to, the lawsuit, is something that is a breach of trust. We agreed to the Chama diversion. That's what's filling water for the city of Albuquerque. We fulfill our trust for that purpose. And in return, we were supposed to get NIT built. And that's the reason why I'm saying, what has been the conversation, even with the past NIT committee. I came out here on the 23rd council when the blowout happened. The water, that stocking box broke. We're out here, and that was the conversation. And at the time, trying to look at ways to try to look at pertaining to the issue of how can we enhance NIT. I remember a conversation on the floor with that. NIT does not, I was told, this does not regard Western. Okay, fine. And subcommittee put together. So, meaning that, you know, I don't know if those type of conversations has came across, because that was what the nation agreed to at the time when Congress decided to, make sure that, from block 1 to block 11 is to be done in the NIT. And so then, you know, there's this, not from this region, this is what I picked up over the years. Assuming that the NIT subcommittee at the time, addresses these concerns. And I think that, with this, the subcommittee for NIT that's going to be, proposed, I think that, Madam Chair, that we do indirectly, sit down with the speaker to say, let's go ahead and take care of this issue, because I think that, this is a monster in its own. Especially with the, crumbling infrastructure. How we're gonna pay for O&M. Same thing with, the, Gallup water supply system has been, money has been appropriated, but there's no O&M money in place. Who's gonna provide the O&M, the operation maintenance? Those are just some of the, and I know that there's a bill that's gonna put some more money on top of, water supply, line for that purpose, but it may only be dimes, things like that. So those are just some of my thoughts, but as part of the oversight committee, NIT, this one-day work session is not gonna fly. We have to be up here more, invest more time up here. Pertaining to the NIT and organization, and how you guys are getting internally pushed back by internally from truckers and, you know, everything. So, about this case. The other thing too is that I think that when, with the funds that are coming in the sales tax that's being generated from what you NIT, he uses into the nation each year with informed sales tax. Maybe we should look at that possibility, looking at sales. You keep the sales tax, as long as you reverse that dollar and utilize it for the expansion and the improvement of NAPI. Maybe that's legislation that we can. What sales, you know, all the sales that happen down there, you know, sales that is the hay that's taken down to, you know, the dairy place and the beans that's taken down to Mexico or wherever it's going. Maybe we should keep that sales tax. And that will help with the infusion of indirect funding, thinking outside the box. You know, people say, no, sales tax, what we need. But the thing about it is that as policymakers, we're here to make these decisions that will try to grow this company. How can we try to grow this company? You're flourishing. You're right. I don't know what president told you or whoever told you that you're supposed to be here to generate money and not ask for money from the nation. But again, the nation needs to infuse something. There was a trust fund set up, say if when NAPI went into place, if there was a certain percentage of the income put into a certain trust fund that you created yourself, you think today you would have had a big net. If you would have had a big net, like the permanent trust fund, interest to give that would have helped with the growth of and to help with that. That's just my thought. But again, I'm just one person on the 24 Nomination Council. On this case,
Again, I'm here, I'll go ahead and, try to get a little more information on the federal line item budget that are in place. And, Mr. Mahoja and Mr. Steve Stevens, get some information from us about that. Specific. See what operation has happened. They do have the trust responsibility. And Chalma, that version. Now, Navajo has to agree to that. In order for that to happen, we had to agree to it. And we did our part. They did not done. They lost 11 and 10. We did our share of the agreement. Water down to the Albuquerque. The communities that are down along the, on that waterway.
Okay, yeah, let me go ahead and give it to Honorable Simpson here. So so it is almost 2:00 and we're still trying to get through this one, and then we've got another department, presentation. And then we still have the executive session for the financials and audit, overview. So let me go ahead and give it to Honorable Simpson. I'll give it to Honorable Nez, and I'll give it back to Ms. Yazdi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the RDC and board members. Madam Chair and members of RDC, I think it's a very important topic we're talking about. After we heard the presentation from Ms. Yazdi and her staff. Again, it goes back to how we produce more fresh produce, more dry greens crop, more alfalfa. How do we go about that? Right now, we only have 8 blocks completed, and just a very small percentage of block 9 completed. And as my honorable delegate Otoso stated, there's a breach of contract here. And again, I just want to commend Mr. Delegate, Honorable Delegate Ricky Nez for really helping us out during 24th Council. When he's served on the NIT subcommittee. He was the only one that tried to push a lot of things for NAPI. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you. Yeah. I know he said one time, I think, the first part of this council, do we really need to have a NIT subcommittee? My personal opinion, no. Because RDC is oversight. And we're the oversight, and we can do more than what a subcommittee can do. We have more authority. We don't have to have a limited task, what needs to be done. And when the subcommittees established, they have tasks to accomplish, and they're limited. RDC, I think we really need to get involved in addressing certain issues pertaining to NIP. NAPI is certainly different. Remember, NIP is government to government, Navajo Nation to federal government. That's why NAPI cannot really talk about NIP. Well, that's why NIP really can't talk about. I mean, NAPI can't really talk about NIP issues. It has to be government to government. That's why you can't talk to BIA. That is what's happening. Why has NIP not been funded? It has to be government to government because the contract was between the Navajo Nation and the federal government. So that's the thing that we're talking about. Now, when NIP is supposedly completed, I believe it was stated earlier this morning, NIP was supposed to be completed back in 1977. Same time the San Juan Chalma version was completed. That was agreed upon when this agreement was made. Supposed to be completed at the same time. The San Juan Chalma version was completed back in 1977. The year is supposed to be completed. We're in 2023 now. We only have up to 8 blocks completed, but a small percent of block 9 completed. To finish block 9, 10, 11. The last time I heard, without the inflation, was about $1.5 billion. Just imagine now with the inflation, we're probably, this is my opinion, probably about $2.5 billion. So in order for this NIP to be completed, I think RDC has to be a key entity within Navajo Nation to really bring this to the attention of the federal government. They have to fully fund this NIP project, NIP to be completed. At the same time, our own O&M budget has been decreased, and now we're still working as stated by the board and the staff here. It's over 50 years old. It will take more money to bring the O&M up to date, all these infrastructure up to date, infrastructure up to date, so that that's a lot longer. As you know, back, I can't remember the year, there's a big breach within our water system. Then in 6 weeks, NAPI lost a lot of money. There's no water being brought to NAPI. So it's just something that we face. Just imagine if our water line, if our water system breaks down, no water to NAPI. You know, NAPI would probably just go under in a matter of months. Not weeks, but not years, but a matter of months, they will go under. So it's very important that I think research development committee really needs to get involved and really work with the federal government to address this NIP issue. Again, how much money have we lost for these blocks not being completed? We lost a lot of money. We got to look at that. And I just think that meeting on this quarterly is not going to work. We want to accomplish something to make sure that the federal government fulfills their contract, what was agreed upon. We need to really push that within our term here, make it happen. And again, $2.5 billion, that's my opinion, how much it would cost to complete this NIP. So, Santiago Kaliki, I said, Dida, Washington, the Dida show us that all new Dida. Something I'm competing with the Resource Development Committee to make this happen. And something that I think, and then it goes back to, I think one individual came in to, going back to our own Navajos coming in to where these blocks were already, block 9, 10, 11 were already put in place to have NAPI take over once all the funded. So, for years, these people were put on temporary grazing permits. And to this day, they're saying, okay, well, since NIP is going to be built out, people are asking for home site lease. People are putting homes on these blocks. Guess who has to address that issue now? RDC, that issue. I got some people in Workville that are saying the same thing. Since NIP is going to be built out, I want a permit, I want a regular grazing permit now. I don't want temporary. So NAPI is getting blamed for that. NAPI is getting blamed for that. Say, how come you're not allowing us to have a home site lease here since you haven't built up? No, it belongs to the Navajo Nation because this agreement was between Navajo Nation and the federal government. So RDC is caught in the middle now. How do we just these people that want, I don't want to say permanent, but regular grazing permit or home site lease? That's going to be in our territory now. I'm not sure. That's the issue that we have to address now. So it's really causing a lot of problems now for what the federal is not fulfilling under contract to go to complete NIP. There's going to be more coming. I believe that's going to happen. So I think RDC really needs to address this issue and start talking to the federal government. And the purpose of the lawsuit was recommended. It was only recommended from NAPI board is to sit down and start talking to settlement. Because that was the intent. We know you're probably going to go further than a lawsuit, but the long-haul lawsuit, I think the government will be willing to sit down with us and do a settlement. That was the purpose. And that's the reason why we want to do that. And the strategy on that, well, we can't really talk about it. So that was the intent of this whole thing. So I believe that RDC has a lot of authority, not just attached to what they complete, but a lot of authority what the committee can do. So Madam Chair, members of the Resource Development Committee, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Simpson. Over to Honorable Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't, nothing again. This issue with the completion of the Navajo Indian Irrigation Project, I know they didn't buy it. During this storm, a long time ago, Darshini got to have basic change, so it did. I don't understand, it's a decrease, it's we'll put a whole just stage of five. That dotted line, okay, from number 6, 9, 10, 371, between 9 and 10, you'll see N5, that's the turnoff for Burnham. So when you drive through Burnham, that's that road. So when you get to that intersection, if you look to the south, block 10, okay, you have Burnham, the service area, so on day 9G, I don't say 11, Kishi Herpino, Kishi Han Savara, Evident in the 1, 5, 4, 9, and 11. So what day at Herpino, a only 371, 6, 7, 8, you have Upper Fruitland on 2, Upper Fruitland as well as in Nahanza, lay number 3, out of San Juan chapter, down. Number 3, Ihan, Sabashin Ajit of a service area. So, the lawsuit, we went into executive session a few times and we could not divulge any information related to that at the time. But the NIP subcommittee, what you get on the perhaps RDC needs to meet with NIP subcommittee when they're established, and we can fully understand this whole operation between NACI and on they could then go na Bloomfield. Don't know what your east your Blanco Holiga. There's a Blanco Canyon, and they know what the egg cutter dam, what I taken. Question, but Joy down the 23rd Council, you're not there, okay. 2019, you're not the name. We took a tour out there that really helps to understand where the water comes from. And right at number 9, the block 9, okay, there's a curve, double curve there. Hey, what does that? The land elevates right in that area. Delegate Simpson, Burnham side, Chico. We had a meeting with NIP subcommittee as well as a few people from Burnham, and we met with the land department too. There's nothing that says there's a moratorium. There's nothing that says that you can't build your house. You just need to apply to build a home site of it all, man. So when ARPA legislation was being approved by council, in block 9, 10, and 11, some of them don't have home site leases. We needed to do something. A lot of these money for electricity and water lines. So where are we at? We need to really have a decrease public relations by EHTN. We're talking about NIT now. So maybe we need to talk with NIT subcommittee on these issues, because we're going to have to bring BIA to the table and tell us about the congressional acts that need to be amended. So we need to have DOJ at the table as well as our legal counsel when we do, so we can have a full understanding with RDC. Could you oversight need Lenaki? Such a big go in that subcommittee, Nana, based on sanatsia wa aikanaan, jos on totally focused on net.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Nance. I'd like to give it back to Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Mentor Shinada, Mr. Delegate Ricky-Nez. I think to me, RDC can stay on that task. I think with the NIPSA committee establishment ago, they just pulled along largely because I seen that at the last 24th council that it was hard for them to meet. So again, they're limited on their task, what they can do. So I kind of need Mr. Ricky Nationality. I think I need RDC.
You know, what we can do is make a recommendation to Speaker. Maybe come up with the legislation to dissolve NIP subcommittee and have everything just be under RDC.
I need, a couple of months ago, when the appointments were made, I did drop a legislation for that NIP subcommittee. But, after it was brought and it was discussed at, one of the meetings at RDC, just exactly what Honorable Simpson had mentioned, it was on RDC, agenda. So what I did was, later, I just withdrew it. I signed a document with, legislative. So I don't know, Rodney, you want to give us a history on that?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, to add clarification to this discussion, yes, Madam Chair did sponsor legislation, regarding the establishment of NIP. This is when RDC was dropping all the legislation, developing all the, committees that RDC would be assigned to, whether they be enterprises, as stakeholders, or, boards, or to the commission. In addition to that, the NIP subcommittee was part of RDC's agenda. During the RDC's regular meeting, Madam Chair did say she was going to withdraw this legislation. As Delegate Simpson has pointed out, a lot of the authorities rest with Resources and Development Committee. RDC will always be signed first for that legislation. So that legislation, as of now, is currently dead or non-existent because there's no sponsor for it. Then another one has not been drafted yet. I did recommend to the previous NIP subcommittee, Mr. Pernell Colonna, who was chair of the subcommittee, that he speak with then Speaker Damon to find out the new direction of the NIP subcommittee, because based on Navajo Department of Justice recommendation, they would not sue the federal government. The reasons behind it, all of it was held in executive session, so it cannot be disclosed, but they didn't want to move forward with it. So without DOJ support on suing the Navajo, suing the federal government to complete the NIP, the subcommittee pretty much kind of was in a stalemate. They had no direction left. So, and that was how the legislation was established when I went back and reviewed it, and I provided Mr. Colonna at the time a white paper saying that this subcommittee is now going outside of its establishment. There's issues that reside with Resources and Development Committee, with Law and Order Committee, and Health, Education, Human Services Committee. They're tasked to sign these issues until NIP gets a new direction. I don't understand why we need to proceed forward with meetings that are not, that deal solely with NIP and its completion. So at the time, he did say he was going to talk to then Speaker Damon to figure out what's going to come next, how they're going to proceed, but unfortunately, that discussion never happened. And as you all know, it was election time, so this brings us to where we are today. I did advise Madam Chair to speak with Speaker Curley and get direction on how we want to proceed with NIP, especially if DOJ is going to issue the exact same recommendation of we're not going to sue the federal government. Whether or not they list those same reasons, I'm not too sure. Whether or not they're going to look at it with fresh, different eyes, that would be up to them to make that determination. So it's my recommendation that RDC handles NIP as you guys are the main oversight for NAFI. This is a government-to-government issues, and you guys are solely responsible for this, not a subcommittee that is established under the NAVGIT committee, but relies solely with you guys. Madam Chambers have already seen.
Honorable Otto.
I think the, one is that we can have Madam Chair, meet with, Speaker Curley and, just advise that, keep NIT under RDC. I think that the enabling legislation has expired on the subcommittee. We can just leave it here, we can leave it here. But as Resources Development Committee, we just have to find that time to make sure that we do come here, because it's gonna take more meetings pertaining to NIP. The other is that, along those lines of the possibility of filling the nation, have a different Attorney General, they have a different view. So, I believe the last conversation was, Attorney General, former Attorney General Paula. That was probably her decision on why not. Eagle stuff. That came down to pipe. But with Branch, we may have a different feel, and meaning that we would have to get Department of Justice back into the conversation pertaining to this matter, because I know simple, it's a breach of trust. Breach of trust. And we did our part. Our government has not done and completed their part. So it may. The Attorney General can make that decision. The other is that, just to highlight on the CEO's, request on the government-to-government relation that has to happen between governmental grants and things like that. I would recommend that you just work with your Resources and Development Committee. Because the government-to-government relation, if it's a supporting resolution and supporting document, the final authority is at NAVIA committee. But in the preliminary process, whether you apply for a grant and so forth, and it requires nation support, or other dialogue, I think working with Resources and Development Committee is a good way to work with to try to get that government-to-government relation moving. That way, one of the Resources Development Committee can introduce the resolution and the final authority for that purpose, which is required in all government documents, is the supporting of the Navajo Nation government, and the final authority is at NAVI. So any delegate can introduce a resolution pertaining to that. As an example, the 638 contract, or let me say that, as an example, shopping center. They are exploring a grant which I have, it requires the nation's input or approval. And they provided everything to the document needed, like draft legislation, and it's being drafted, and I believe it's going to be ready this week. So it just requires that, and that's for shopping center, Navajo Nation Shopping Center. So, but the dialogue between the Office of Legislative Counsel and Shopping Center occurs so that they make sure that everything's in place, and that's supporting the resolution in place for governmental grant. And this is actually a grant for those electric chargers across the Navajo Nation. They want to put electric charging stations at parking lots throughout the Navajo Nation. So that would be the easiest route,
try to work with her on that, and then really we can start working with you on that. Thank you.
Pushing, Mr. Platero?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the RDC committee. In regards to Otoso's question in regards to funding requests, ASCII formulates the budget and that annual basis. As it's been spoken, government to government relationship and how they look at things takes effect there as well. And when the BIA looks at this, they see a submission from NAPI. That's all they see it as. They don't see it as government to government request for federal funding. So that's kind of where we stop as far as any request is concerned. In regards to the possibility of tax monies going to net funding and all of this work that's being done for NIP, I would strongly suggest that that not occur, mainly because you're taking the trust responsibility away from the government. And when you do that, they'll turn around and say, well, they can take care of themselves. Why should we fund them any further? They may even reduce the funding that they give us currently to do that as well. Plus, they have a trust responsibility to complete this project a long, long time ago, as Delegate Simpson has said. You know, those are things that we all need to keep into consideration as we move along on this. Like I said, you know, things deteriorate, and that's where we're sitting at right now.
Yeah, so with that discussion, I believe there's, you know, some possible avenues that we are looking at to gauge, but at this point right now, the recommendation is that Resources and Development Committee retains being the NIP, I guess, project initiative oversight rather than going with the NIP subcommittee from the 45th Navajo Nation Council. And going forward, I did already send an email to Madam Speaker Curley in regards to sitting down with her and going Resources and Development Committee's recommendation on the NIP subcommittee, and also further requesting a meeting, Rodney, with BIA, and also having NAPI there at the table with Resources and Development Committee in regards to the NIP project funding. So these are currently some of the tasks that I do have outlined right now. So, so again, going forward, we'll continue this dialogue, but at this point, I'd like to go ahead and allow the time back over to Ms. Yazzie and Mr. Cabo to finish their presentation, and then give it to operations and maintenance.
Sure. One more question.
Honorable Simpson.
It's going back to the presentation that we had here, and I think some of the questions were raised by the committee members is what type of development can go beyond what NAPI can do, besides being these produce they mentioned, alfalfa. And one of the things that were mentioned was a slaughterhouse, water bottling plant. And I think REC can play a crucial part in the proposed development, what project we're talking about. And for instance, the water bottling plant, you know, what we have gone through the pandemic, you know, a lot of the water will come from outside. And I think to me, in preparation to what might happen again, I think water is very, we need to have some type of bottling plant in place on the Navajo Nation. So with this American Rescue Plan Fund that's still out there on the Navajo Nation, I believe January 2024, the nation is going to start looking at what can be expended, what can be obligated. And I'm foreseeing right now that a lot of the money will not be expended or obligated. So this will be probably an opportunity for RDC to work with NAPI to probably get this project construction ready. And to get that construction ready, we can start asking for some of the American Rescue Plan funds that are not gonna be expended or obligated by September 30th, 2024. So let's not react, and let's hoping that we can keep this construction ready. So I strongly believe there's be money available where they will start funding projects that are actually construction ready. Same with the slaughterhouse, the feedlot that Mr. Delegate Stowe and Delegate Ned talked about, the feedlot and the slaughterhouse. How do we get those ready? Because again, as was stated by Vice President City, you know, we're type of food that we distribute out to our Navajo people for processed food. And I think if we had our own slaughterhouse and we had these be available, we could have worked with NAPI to get these type of protein food out to our community, our Navajo people. So I think these are two things that I think hopefully we can work with NAPI to make these construction ready, just in case there's going to be funds that will be rebudgeted and be given to construction ready projects, big projects. Because I know Navajo Nation does not want to send any money back to federal government. And right now, I think we gave out enough for hardship assistance. And I think right now, we have to look at things that's going to benefit our Navajo people. And some of these enterprises, I believe they can do some certain things, construction ready. So those are some recommendations, Madam Chair. I think we can get something, I think a lot of things are coming out this work session now that RDC can do. I think it's a very, what do you call it, work session that is going to help our Navajo people. So, Madam Chair, that's my comment. Thank you.
Shane? Yeah, that's a really good recommendation. And again, at this point, I'd like to go ahead and give it back to Ms. Yagi.
I think we've, pretty much, they hit a lot of the spots that, concerns that we have as farmers, like they said, we used to produce the oversight on that, producing the alfalfa as well with the other crops. And the worry you have in the fall going into the winter is how much snow are we gonna have? Because the aging infrastructure that you have, is it reliable that it can deliver that water to the crop that, the seed that I'm gonna put in the ground? Once you put that seed in the ground, and you put water on it, you help that seed to grow, that determines your yield. If that water isn't there, or if it's on and off, you're breaking down your line break, you turn the water off, you turn it back on through that process, that seed struggles to emerge, you're hindering your yield, that yield opportunity. Along with that line, you have also submitted a projected budget to the CEO, to the CFO, telling them this is how much money I'm going to bring to the table. You're thinking about, worried about the fields, you're worried about the pumping plant that's going to run, you're driving along the canal, you're looking at the concrete that is breaking up, that water that's seeping through those holes is probably filtering down and raising our water table. And that's where some areas would have high water table. And all of that, as a farmer, you're worried about that as you go through. So again, I think that's one of the key things that we look at. Number two, we had a good opportunity. Vince, myself, two other NAPI staff, we had a collaboration with the Department of Ag, with USDA Washington office. We were able to complete a grant for $100 million. That is to take some of that money and distribute the money that we have, the product that we have, the beans, the flour, and all these other products, to all 110 chapters. And we used that grant money. We went through the Department of Ag, we worked with them. But again, I think like Dave mentioned, it was a constant morning, afternoon, to communicate with the Department of Ag. So we could complete this grant. Where are we at? Where do you need our help? Constant communication, we got it in, we made the deadline and got the grant in. We had help from USDA and the indigenous meat processing, that came up. And again, to try to collaborate with the Department of Ag so that we could fill up this grant, because there's opportunity here to either build or have a mobile, like it's been mentioned. And we're down to the last, I think, week now to get that grant in. But it's a struggle, it's been hard getting in contact, using messages, but there's a young gentleman there that we work with. I don't know how many grant writers that with the nation, because it has to go through the nation, we were asked to go nation to nation, that was the only way. But again, that opportunity of getting the grant money with the processing, that was there, and we're down to the last hour to complete that. And the last is the workforce. Our workforce is dwindling. To keep those divots on, when they break down, you have to take, if your tire goes flat, you gotta take it off. If your center drive doesn't work, you gotta pull that off, your gearbox and all of that. And even to operate tractors, that is getting slimmer and slimmer and slimmer. We go into this workforce, we have an aging workforce that are retiring and moving out. And to replace it, HR is doing the best job they can to keep the young folks coming in. And so that's another worry that is the back of your mind. You have harvest coming in, and where is the workforce going to come from? We try to engage as many people as you can, or to come in and do chapters. We have some kids come in to help us from one of the chapters, local chapters. Try to work with them. Again, the workforce is another area that we're coming to a wall where nobody, and you see down Navajo times, there's a lot of jobs open out there, there's nobody's taking it. So again, I think somebody did mention the workforce. But those are a few things added to what Dave has on his agenda, and I think the infrastructure, the water is probably the biggest thing that when you go home, you're hoping that O&M dispatch, they call, sends out an email that nothing is broken again. This year, we had line breaks, and I would say we're at least 2 weeks behind on our water delivery because of these things have happened, and you don't want to put seed in the ground that's dry, that has no moisture profile. So you might get up in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, thinking, is everything still running that's supposed to be running? So that's what I have. And to conclude this, I would like to, I have a group of young crop managers, and they are hard workers. They're here sun up to sundown. And to just introduce themselves to you, and for you to know who is out there working hours in and hours out in this heat. They're not, there's a new workforce that's coming in. These guys are the ones that make it happen. These guys are the ones that make Dave look good. Right here, this is Ryan. He oversees the bean production and the bean plant. Sure that it's watered from the time it's in the ground to the bin. It's out working with Vince to get it out to the customer at the reliable shipper. Ryan?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody.
The next one is Marlon, and he takes care of, oversees the wheat production with the assistance of Eldon. So they're getting ready to get the combines out and start harvesting. So again, he's gonna be working, he's in every bit of the daylight to get that, wheat into the bin. Marlon?
Hello, my name is Marlon Cudcola, and oversee the wheat department.
Eldon, you wanna go ahead and do it?
Good afternoon, everyone. Eldon Harry, been on the farm, the project for 11 years, currently overseeing the wheat crop and the corn crop.
Great.
And the granary. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jacob Cleveland. I've been on the farm for a little over 7 years now, and I'm Anderson with the alfalfa crop, the alfalfa crop farm.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lee Anderson Jim. I'm the alfalfa crop manager, and we oversee, my team, we oversee the production of alfalfa, hay grader, and hay storage. Good to meet all of you guys. Good to see you guys.
Dave Rai, Michelle, one Henderson, and then I was a team, hopefully that's a little Kiani, that's a team. Not Ani Nezde, I eat in the sun, Kaleo, Napa, I oversee the specialty crop and the native food. Welcome, everybody, delegates and board members and executive staff.
Elena?
Hello, my name is for the native food. Not very used to blue corn, blue, white, and yellow.
Everybody out there, Sean Hogan, Chef, Glenn Sloan. I'm the custom grading manager. I actually hit my 7-year mark with the farm.
Nice. Ms. Yazzie, I just want to, again, say thank you to your team here. You know, with, endless hours that you all put in, you put a lot of, you know, great products out to stores that were shared with us here by Mr. Cowboy. and you actually, take food into the households here on Navajo Nation and off the Navajo Nation. And as Resources and Development Committee, we are thankful for your committed, work hours and effort and your dedication to your job, especially being here for 7 years and, battling the hot summer months and the cold winter months. And I do appreciate you all's effort and dedication to NACI. And have yourself a great afternoon.
Thank you.
So, does that complete your, our presentation? So with that, I believe we are, completed with crop production and marketing. Thank you, Mr. Cowboy McJazzy. The next presentation would be, operations and maintenance, which would be Mr. Lionel Hassey. Okay.
We already talked about, or at least started talking about, what our Resource Development Committee's main participation in this project is. The policy and legislative side is really what brings us all together with this project. As was said earlier from our board chairman and our CEO, we're just the enterprise. We're not the hands of the lawmakers or government. We're not government lawmakers. And so the biggest portion of this project is the legal legislative side. And that overhangs all the challenges that we experience down at the bottom when we're running this program. The operations and maintenance program is about 39 workers. They're right now delivering water to these farmers that came in. And those guys, they run the system 24 hours a day from March to October. And as was noted, there's a lot of challenges related to how old the system is. And our biggest expenses are right there listed. One is to pay our people. The other thing is to pressurize that water so that it sprays out of the sprinklers. And that pressurizing is not free. It's not gravity, it's not, it's electricity that pressurizes it. And our electricity bill is massive. It's over $2 million a year, and it's growing. So that's one of our largest expenses. Our other expenses really are fleet, our vehicles and our equipment, and we gotta keep those, we're on about 430 square miles of land. That's almost the size of Phoenix, the acreage, the full acreage of this project. So, that's what these guys work on, that little group right there, 39 workers. Next slide, Ron. So legislatively, you can't really see this up there, but how this thing breaks down is, Rodney, do you have that map? Okay, so this exhibit right here shows you the Four Corners area. I'll go up there and kind of go through this. So this green shape right here is our boundary for this project. The footprint, we call it. That footprint is located roughly right here in New Mexico. So you guys all know that we've settled our water rights in this state already. The other states are following along very slowly. Utah portion of the San Juan River was settled last year. Well, it was legislatively passed by Congress and all that. We're probably still gonna have to go through the state of Utah to settle those water rights and clearly quantify how much water goes to be used in that state. So we've already done that with New Mexico. And we already have Animas Supply Project, that's a water line from Farmington to Shiprock. We have the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project, the Navajo Indian Irrigation Project, the Fruitland, Scotty Eye, Hogback Irrigation Project. We have all these projects that are in place, all in this area right here. And it's all our water that we've got rights to. So these water rights are with the state engineers. Those rights are tied to land, irrigable land. And what was mentioned earlier about our residents out there, they live on some of these lands. And you take a piece of land, quantified by the engineers, that land drinks a certain amount of water. It's consumptive irrigation requirement, they call it. So all of those surveys were done for this entire area. Everything within this green area here. And when I'm talking about the surveys that were done, they were done from the 60s, still ongoing today, a lot of them. But the cultural, the archaeological, the biological, all of those surveys that go into an environmental statement, they were all conducted within this area. And for Navajo Nation and NAPI to finally put a line around it, it took from 1972, when this enterprise was established, to 1999 to finally get a map. And you'll see on the next line here, a map that shows, what this land consisted of. Now, these are recorded in this legislation there, that ACB, it's the, I think it was what was the legislative committee that, I think it was called the advisory committee that generated that legislation. They gave authority to NAPI to be the authority of the land within this green boundary. Those were done, and since then, NAPI subleased with different companies. Starting in the 90s, we started subleasing to Navajo Mesa Farms, Pumpkin Patch, Upland Desert Popcorn. All these companies came around because they see the value that we have with this land here. You basically just turn on water whenever you want, and you'll get irrigation. That's faucet-ready water, right? And so people demand acres on this land. We've been able to utilize this resolution to sublease all those. So fast forwarding from 1999, we can go to the next slide, buddy. This mapping here that was done back then was pretty much rejected by the new land department leasing procedure. It wasn't how it was valid. And so, if you look at the Navajo Nation home site lease regulation of 2016, it'll state in there that you cannot put a home site lease on top of an irrigation project or a farm plot, lands that are used for farming. So these were discussed with the land department. Nonetheless, we were not allowed to move forward with any of these leases. Get this entire piece of land under one lease, and under one withdrawal designated land. So moving on to the next timeline, which brings us to 2019. That's 20 years it took for NAPI to get a piece of that land under a lease. And it took us 20 years to get only 71,000 acres leased out. And that's this land right here. This piece. It's in the original reservation land, the chaos fund, inside that. And so this land, it took us 2 years to get it approved through the 154 process and the RDC. We started in 17, and we got it finished in 19. Yeah. But it took several rounds to finally get it approved. Now, moving forward, this lease is gonna give us 25 years, and then it has 2 more consecutive renewals after that. The conditions of this lease is we have to maintain our employment. We have to stay above 250 permanent jobs. We have to continue to give out scholarships. We provide community donations that Rose and Vince talked about. Those have to continue for this agreement between NAPI and the Navajo Nation to continue. Now, one of the things you want to know in terms of value is when you look out there used to be nothing out here. And I don't want to downplay the land or anything, but there was no value to the land. No paved highway, there's no power lines, there's no infrastructure, there's just desert. Well, once the project came in and was built, NAPI invested tens of millions of dollars to get it to where it's now valued. As of 2016, it was valued at $144 million of assets here that belong to us, our nation. And so that's all wrapped up in this little lease there. There are more assets of that $144 million of assets that cover the rest of the infrastructure that we built. Next slide. So, because we had a challenge, we were challenged by the land department, some of the members of the resource development committee. We had to change our approach, and we broke the land into 4 phases. There's nothing that holds us to these phases, other than the fact that the strategy is we'll put a lease around the land that we developed already. So these are all developed, this piece. That's the phase 2. The phase 3 and 4 are the controversial land. They're down here. And the specifics of these residents that live down here is that the residents don't know the proximity of how far they're going to be living next to these circles, and where the circles are relative to where they can put home site leases down. There's been some communication breakdown between the nation's home site leasing authorities down here and the conflicts that home site leases have with the project. And those things have arisen in the last 20 years. And so now, as was mentioned earlier, we're now down to defining, okay, how do we squeeze everybody into this piece of land? And fast forward in the future, when someone's living next to a circle, do they want to live next to the circle with that plane flying by, dropping all that pesticide and herbicide and whatnot? You know, these are the kind of things that we'll have to start evaluating to fit these people in down here. So that's kind of where we're at right now in terms of the land, where the land is. We haven't started the phase 2, which is this piece right here. That's roughly about 120,000 acres, roughly. That's the majority part of that. Now, the challenges of these leases here is that it's not just, there's no trust land there. Well, part of it is trust land, excuse me, but a lot of it was purchased from a lot of BLM federal lands, and also private lands were acquired by the NIP legislation. Navajo Indian Irrigation Project money from Congress that was authorized bought all this land for the project. It's in the public land order, says it's pretty clear that all of that land is for the purchase of the Navajo Indian Irrigation Project. And so, with that being said, NAPI has repeatedly tried to convince our land department that this land has already been acquired for the project. Nonetheless, we still have to go through the process. And so that's what we're doing right now. We're going through a survey, doing some research on who all the prior owners of this were when the Bureau of Reclamation bought the land. So the Bureau of Reclamation and the BIA are both parties that are responsible to build this project. And they were both given the funding from Congress to build this project. We're the operators. We take the build project and we operate it to make our business operate. But for them, they're responsible to acquire the land, install the infrastructure so we can get our farm. Next slide. We can go to the back to the other one. I just wanted to kind of give you an overview of only one resource of this project, and that's just the land aspect. The other resource is the water component. And the water component is the purpose of this project. So in 1962, this legislation here was approved. It's public law 87-483. And in that legislation, Congress and the Navajo Nation agreed to construct 110,630 acres. That was the agreement. By 1970, the cost to build that was enormous. And so the federal government consolidated the land and increased the construction budget. So they were able to acquire all this land here, so it's one consolidated farm piece. That was the purpose of this legislation in 91-416. And also in that legislation, it gave the authority to the BIA to cancel the grazing permits that are listed all in this area here. And so a lot of those cancellations of grazing permits were cancellations from having a permanent grazing permit to a temporary annual permit. And so most of the permits in this area are annual temporary permits. That came with that legislation. The last amendment to the NIT legislation is this 111-11. That came out in 2008. This legislation gave the project other uses, other abilities to do work with the water. So between 1962 and 2008, NIT was limited to only using the water and the project to deliver water for agriculture. That was it. That was the only limit. But after 2008, the federal government opened up the authorization to allow Navajo to use this irrigation project for more uses. That's how we got Navajo Gallup. So NAPI delivers water to Navajo Gallup, and then NTUA picks it up and runs it down their system. The rest of it comes down to this farm. We talked about all the ag activities that can be done with this irrigation system. Other uses that were added in 2008 were municipal uses, industrial uses, aquaculture, hydroelectric. All of these other uses began to pop up or were allowable now by Congress for us to use the irrigation system. And that was this here. And in that time, Congress also limited our water use to this number right here, 2.44 acre-foot per acre depletion. What that means is for 1 acre of land, that land is allowed to drink only 2.44 acre-foot of water. So 2.44 acre feet on an acre is pretty much what's average, allowable for how much water, we can consume here on this project. And these limits were defined in 2008. And so we operate by these limits on a year-to-year basis. There's hundreds of measurement devices across this farm that measure, make sure we stay within these limits, because these are tied to our environmental regulatory for this project. So that's the layout of our legislation. The operations and maintenance ties back into the Act of August 1st, 1914, basically says that the PIA is responsible for paying for operations and maintenance on any irrigation projects such as this one. 1962, the law was passed. 1977, this goes to what Dave was saying, the system's 50 years old. So in 77, that was the first year that water was brought from Navajo Lake down to Block 1 and was used there. That was the first year. So this is pretty much when the system began to operate. And this is what Dave is talking about when he's talking about a 50-year-old system. Because that 50-year-old system really started in 77, and we are, 70% completed. So there's about 30,000 acres of land that's still yet to be developed. Here's the lands that aren't developed. There are these circles that don't have any color in them. The ones with the color in them are all the ones that we've built so far. And this is our water delivery system. As Dave mentioned, 1,800 CFS capacity. That's a pretty large capacity. City of Farmington uses about 18,000 acre-foot of water per year, roughly. City of Farmington. NIF uses 230,000 acre-foot of water. So it takes about 12 years of Farmington water use to use as much water we use in 1 year. We use a massive amount of water, and that's all attributed to our water rights, to the NIF legislation. And the key thing is that water is tied to these, essentially to these circles. That's how the water rights is described. It maps back to the land here. Whether or not it's transferable, don't know about that. But it's pretty specific in our water rights decree. Next slide. So construction costs remaining, roughly we have about a $1.2 billion construction cost as of 2019. It's probably more around 1.5 now, in terms with the inflation. Block 9, stage 2 and 3 is estimated at about $143 million, and that's just the irrigation project, the federal responsibility. NAFI still has to come back and invest in all the sprinklers. That's our responsibility. So once that irrigation system, the canals and those water towers and the pipelines are built, we have to come in and put down sprinkler systems. And each of those sprinkler systems, they used to cost us about $1,500 an acre. They're probably around $2,500, maybe $3,000 an acre now with all the inflation. So we're probably looking at about $13 million to build circles and pivots for this infrastructure here. And that's over the next 10 years. That's what is being designed right now by the NAFI Technical Services Group. This 1988 OIG line item of $71 million. That's the cost for things that weren't built right back between blocks 1 and 6. They were finished by 1988. So the Inspector General came out here, walked the project, made a list of all these deficiencies that were not fully constructed properly, and there's about $71 million worth of work that's still outstanding related to that. Block 10 and 11, it's $600 million. That's on the very top, the Burnham area. That's these lands out here. south of the N5. And then this reservoir here came in at about 417 million. And that reservoir there size is about 10,000 acre foot reservoir. That's about maybe a third the size of Lake Morgan Lake. Morgan Lake is about 30,000 acre foot. A third the size of that would be what was planned for NIP out south of here, Gallegos Reservoir. So these are the infrastructures that are still yet to be built here. Next slide. Water. The unused water today that we're not using, that's going down the river, roughly, is about 91,000 acre foot of water is flowing down the river, being utilized. So Navajo Nation, the whole entire Navajo Nation, according to Water Resources Department, they use about 20,000 acre foot of water, and that's it. That's all our groundwater NUA infrastructure. That's drinking water, about 20,000 acre foot. And we have 91,000 that's earmarked for this project that's flowing right down the river.
Without compensation.
So that's been the argument, was the value of that water being developed and not being utilized today. So this is really where we're focusing in on in terms of getting our infrastructure developed so we can utilize those waters. The next slide. Now, the availability of our water, we work with Reclamation, the Bureau of Reclamation. They pretty much operate the entire Colorado River Basin waters. And this is a table that we use to look forward to make sure we have water in the future. And right now, we're about, I guess we're roughly in this area here. And we don't anticipate any type of shortages in our water flow forecast for the next several months. I believe there's another forecast that will go another 12 months forward, and it's the same situation. Right now, our water forecast going forward, we have plenty of storage. Next slide. Our O&M appropriations, this is the money that we request. I think, Honorable Sol, you were asking, if we had, met with Mahoja, with the regional director about increasing these programs, funding. The answer is the same. These appropriations are dependent on the tribe's priority. The tribe has to express their priority to the BIA, and one budget is given for all of the Indian irrigation projects. And that's about 14 or 16 million is what that budget is. This goes to there's about 17 Indian irrigation projects in the west here in the United States. And every one of those projects has an operations and maintenance budget. Now, the language of the legislation, the 87 legislation, our legislation, is worded to where it's not as strongly worded as the newer legislation, like Gila River. They did their legislation for their Gila River Indian irrigation project. Their mandated language, their language in that legislation mandates the government to make payments. For ours, because it's so old, it was negotiated in the 60s and the 50s, we don't have that leverage. And so other projects, other Indian irrigation projects are at the front of the line, and we're at the back of the line because of that. And so you can see that since NAPI took over the 638 contract for O&M, that budget's been about the same. It wasn't until we had siphon failure that our budget was increased by $1.5 million. But that siphon failure, we lost, I think, in terms of sales and opportunity costs, I think it was up to about $8 million that year that we lost in terms of crop opportunity costs and
This is our second challenge. First being the issue with construction, the funding, the land. This one is, it costs a lot of money to operate this massive system. And it's under the responsibility of the BIA.
Okay. I'm gonna go give it to, Elisa.
Earlier, CEO alluded to a lobbyist that you have hired, or an attorney. And earlier I did allude to the budget formulation. Then, now, you're right. In the federal line item budget, it is based off of the federal, Indian tribes that have irrigation, mandates to be funded. Has there been any type of amendment draft being developed by your lobbyist to the Public Law 111? Because just like how Gila River mowed their, I just asked my sheepdog, did NAPI ask their lobbyist to create an amendment to that field? Because a field can be amended. Just as an example, the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, we are on the road to amend 93-531, Public Law 93-531. So we're in constant negotiation and communication with our senators up in Washington and our representatives, because that requires an act of Congress. What you're asking here is going to require an act of Congress. So I think that with your attorney that you have in place, see if they could get a draft bill, the language that's needed, and as Navajo leadership goes to Washington, we could ask one of our senators to amend the law. And as you indicated, the law is outdated. And we could, that could be our justification to Congress, is to say, hey, you have this language that you approved for Gila River. Let's go and mold that to that. And it doesn't hurt to have that. But in the meantime, you need to get your attorney or your lobbyist to actually determine, to get the draft language out so that the correct committee in Washington could have that document. That's just my recommendation. And what you're alluding to, that would allow these dollars to be mandated into the formulation. Because each year the White House takes out the White House budget and gives it over to Congress. So even now, I think that's a recommendation, but as NACI, the board, I think that's something that should be a discussion, because we're doing it with the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. We're trying to amend a certain provision with the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act, because it only speaks to a certain generation. It does not speak to their children or their grandchildren. Even now, or this is the same mechanism. It requires an act of Congress. Just get that dialogue moving, and we'll be able to help there. And, yeah.
Mr. Honorable Soul, go back.
Okay, so, the operations and maintenance, the blue line is what, we receive, what money we receive. So 2023, we received the same amount as we did last year, going all the way back to roughly 2016. The green line is what we request, the federal government, and obviously we don't get what we request. This shortfall right here, that's in here, back to your point, Honorable. So, in 2006, these bills take for a long time. In 2006, I think Senator Barrasso up in Wyoming, with, I don't remember what tribe up there, Wind River, I believe, they put up a
bill in to address deferred maintenance. And that's what this cost is. All this cost is maintenance. So, we need money to fix our broken equipment, and this bill started in 2006. It didn't get passed into law until 2017, I think it was 2017 or 16. President Obama signed it into law, and finally, we are able to get water improvement infrastructure, WIN Act money, water infrastructure improvements for the Nation Act, I think they call it. We're getting that money now, but it took 10 years to get that bill through the House, through the Senate, and then finally it got approved, but it got wrapped into this larger, bill that was for water. And so, we get about 2.335 million, every year in order to address deferred maintenance. And that's what we're using right now to cover this, because the blue line is not gonna change. No matter how much we ask for more money, it hasn't worked. As far as legislative amendments, this is my understanding about the history of the NAPI leadership. It's my understanding that the NAPI Board of Directors made a request to amend, during the 111 bill development, they were working with the tribe. And the tribe, to my understanding, told NAPI Board that the 111-11 could not be amended for NIP because it was gonna risk the Navajo Gallup water supply project support from our Lake Senator Domenici, is what I understood. And so because of that, the NIP, anything that would give NIP, leverage to be finished, to be funded, all of that was scrapped from the 111-11, and Domenici supported the Navajo Gallup, and it went through. That's my understanding of how that. So because of that, the NAPI board leadership went back in the 2010 time period. They went to the Eastern Navajo Nation Land Commission and began to work on a bill, a land exchange bill. They called it the Nelly bill. And we worked on that bill for about 2 years before, elections happened, and then we went in a different path, here with the NAPI board leadership. But the Nelly legislation, it never went through, and that was gonna be a deal to let the let the federal government off the hook, so the Navajo Nation can be given, more land from the Eastern Navajo. And that was supposed to be an exchange. There was supposed to be some royalties that were gonna be acquired by the Navajo Nation for natural gas and resource development, and that money was supposed to pay for the project. That was the bill, roughly. It didn't really make the light of day, and, but we're definitely open to more, creative means to get this project completed. Next slide. This right here is what I mentioned about the WIN Act, 2020 to 2028. We started doing all these repairs, with those monies. And those monies are just going to a lot of that 50-year-old equipment, and it's just buying new equipment, and a lot of those are years out, especially electrical equipment. Next slide. So the Indian Irrigation Project, is the water towers, the canal system. These are all the Indian Irrigation Project infrastructure. When the water gets brought in from those water towers, it gets delivered to a box, and we call this like a delivery box. And the jurisdiction ends for operations and maintenance workers at that box. And from there, the water is given to the NAPI farmer, and the NAPI farmer pretty much sprinkles it on their circle. And so this department here, they're the ones that are building all the circles, and they're putting in the pipelines, and they're also putting in subsurface pipes to drain the water because the water table is rising. I was talking to a guy, one of our experimental
station superintendent. His name is Dr. Kevin Lombard. And for you guys who are in the area, you probably know him. He's our local farmer from NMSU, and he helps us with a lot of research. He was telling me that NAPI or NIP is like a greenhouse. Because, you know, we got the sun and this massive PV that we get from the sunlight, and then we have this this median of sand. It doesn't have any nutrients in it. Very, very minimal nutrients, the sand out there. And then right below the sand, about 11 or 12 feet below us, there's an impervious rock. The water won't go through that. And so we have to be very careful when we irrigate here, because we risk that water table rising. And so this department has to go through and put in perforated pipes to capture that water and then drain it out to the river system. And so that's another feature. And when you think about this greenhouse, it's really what a greenhouse is. A bunch of potted plants with impervious layers, and then you have a water system coming through. And that's what this project is. And so we have just this massive infrastructure here. Is very valuable, and it requires a lot of fertilizer to be imported, which leads me to the next slide. So the next slide is one of the projects we're doing is just to add more acres. We just increased our deal with the French fry people, the potato chip farmers. So they're interested in paying more money per acre. I mean, they're paying, I think, they're paying a high amount of dollars per acre to use our land. And then what they're doing also is they're investing more money into building more infrastructure here. These are all, you know, modernized potato storages. And each one of these buildings, they run us about $1.5 million. And right now we're building 4 of them down there, down the road here. One of these is probably going to make it across one of your meetings in the next month or two for a right-of-way request. So that's what we're doing, and this is from one of our other lessees. They're very interested in expanding their business here. Next slide. Now, this is something new. This is the NAPI Energy projects that we have going on. There are 2 of them that have grown a little bit more of momentum behind them. So the first one is we want to put some floating PV panels in the canal. So they're going to generate energy and route that back to hopefully offset our pumping costs. And then the other thing is we also want to place a turbine inside the canal so it'll spin and generate electricity as we're moving water between March and October. So this application, we submitted it to the Department of Energy about 2 months ago as a concept. And they gave us the green light. They said, please proceed with submitting an application. So we're working on putting in an application for this. It's a very small generation, about 15 megawatts. That's about how much NAPI uses for their sprinklers. About 15 megawatts. And so that's what we're shooting for. And then the second larger project, this one is a pilot project, you would call it. It's a part of the hydrogen hub. Department of Energy announced some projects for rural energy projects. And some of that money is coming from the bipartisan infrastructure law, and the other monies are coming in from the Inflation Reduction Act. And so those dollars are modeled into this NAPI hydrogen project. And NAPI has done one community presentation to Ninanza chapter. I think we did 2 of them, I'm sorry. We did 2 presentations to the chapter house. And in that presentation, we talked to the community members of Burnham, Chapter, San Juan, Ninanzad, Upper Fruitland, and I believe some other chapters were invited, Shiprock and East Nasbumps, and they came out and heard our plans to put in some of these energy projects here in the dip. And the goal of these is really to offset our costs. As I mentioned, we have a large utility expense, and then we have fertilizer that we're bringing in from Louisiana and Texas, and rather than trucking it in, we feel that we have the resources here to make it on site. And so, these are some of the plans that we're doing, right now. And that should be it, and for the operations meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Heskey, for your presentation. Members of RDC, do you have any questions regarding the presentation? Honorable Otto
Thank you, your excellent for your report. First, that I really like the idea of the exploratory of the energy project. And I think that to explore that option to offset a lot of the costs that you guys are working with, costs that generated from working with 4 different power entities. This building should have solar panels on top to offset whoever you're paying the bill to. Cars parked out there. Be like a carport with like Walmart. Go to Walmart, I can flex that. The Walmart have those, they have the solar panels on top. I'm sure if you're Walmart, sorry. Here, that's like this, not on the north side of Farmington. I don't really think the other Walmart has that. So those are just exploratory. And then the other is, why don't you guys start looking at areas that you really can't develop that has rough terrain and within that block here, the area, 1 to 11, the Jane side, why can't you put fields in there of solar fields and into the transmission line? The state of New Mexico is all about new energy, and they plan to shut down a power plant that generates 24% of the 24% of the nation's copper. So why can't you get into that, and that way that helps you with your cost offset? And that's clear, that's the new green energy that you can support. You're looking at how block 1 to block 11 has been withdrawn, and everything goes back to how the creation of the land withdrawal happened. Back to the original advisory committee resolution, and we complied with that. Basically, that's what allowed the Navajo Nation to say, so meaning that, and then you have these homestead policies that happened in 2016. Amendments happened, and then people coming back wanting to live. How do you meet middle ground in with those people within those regions? Maybe one is that maybe create little hubs for those people to live. If it's a temporary grading, that's to your discretion until the lease approved is taken apart. Hold on. So in this case, that's how Peabody operates. they would issue out for leases, grading leases in different areas that they're not mining. So but it's on a temporary basis. But the issue is, the land is tied up already. And it goes back to that original advisory committee that was through that gave some sort of preliminary bond report now. There's a purpose for that. Because deep down, leadership had a vision. They did that, and at that time, consultation at the chapter level had occurred. The nation did not agree to it the Navajo people at the local level did not agree to it. It wouldn't have moved forward or supported resolution. So basically, and you put your big boy pants on and say that this is what the council has said, the nation has agreed to. You got the term. But on native and lands that you're not utilizing now that requires temporary grazing permit. You're in your authority. We're not using the land. It's not. It's true. Not caught. Years to year. As long as you comply with these rules and regulations, a lot of them want to operate like big Navajo. For horse program issue. But that name I think that's where that you have a responsibility to that area that was withdrawn to you. Always be like that. But if the other thing too is that if you get so much pushback, on Trump, reduce it. Okay, rather work within your means of where you can work with your building. Because bigger picture, even though government pushes to try to build out 9, 10, 11, 8, 9, 10, 11, push back. When you throw in the towel, okay. But once that's that's done away with, you can see lands that are not managed. There should be management plan in there too, based off of those blocks. Entry. What CFR are you following? Because if the land was withdrawn to you, the Bureau of Indian Affairs should have made their adjustment. Meaning that adjustment would have went to you. And then you would have been able to determine what stocking rate that those ranch permit holders should have. One sentence. It's up in the shit. But it all goes back to that enabling legislation. I guarantee you, leadership will say, let's just go take it away from them. The other scary part of it, the people not need only. At the end, revenue generating is something that every leadership's mind. How do we maximize on everything and find what's up in the shit? Mr. Burnham, years ago, when we worked for Indian Health Service, taking care of Herfinal and EZ and Naihili and Light Brooks, Orion, Oconocino was my service area that I covered when I work over Indian Health Service. It's bad, but I think that, really need to, try to make use of everything here, because right now, all I'm gonna say is that enabling legislation puts you in the driver's seat of the land. I said from block 1 to 10. The other is the scholarship program pertaining to, you spoke about engineers, civil engineers. How the Navajo Nation disperses scholarship. Yes. First, everything at the beginning of the individual's college years, freshman to sophomore years. Realistically, when they exhaust the Navajo Nation scholarship there, by the time they get to their junior and senior year, they exhaust all of their scholarship. I think 6 semesters they get funded for. And they have excess money. In my view, the nation should invest in the college students on their senior and junior year, because that's when they really need it. In the need of civil engineers here, property, you are investing in scholarship. Are you investing in student education at that level, or are you giving it to them in their freshman year? Because they're going to have Pell Grant, they're going to have travel scholarship, they're going to have Arizona State Grant scholarship. And then they're going to have, on top of it, they're in there for, at a university, which the requirement of the enterprise, they're going to have their enterprise legislation checked. So in their year, they have abundance of scholarship. Why can't you invest to that, this dollars to the students that are at their senior and junior year? That's where the need is. The reason why I say that is my son's a civil engineer major. I got a check for my son to register for summer class. $7,600 in AU. And he's at that place in California, in Young. A lot of families don't have that necessity. Why students falling off the edge because of the scholarship payment. They're trying to apply for scholarship. They go to their chapters and they shut the doors on them at the local level. I've seen that. I think maybe as a policy, the investment in the civil engineer, why can't you invest to the Navajo civil engineering students that are in their senior years, whether at UNM, down at New Mexico State, NAU, ASU, and U of A. At the same time, like I said, they are balancing all of these. All the students that is in their finishing out their junior year and their senior year, that's where the resources is needed. They need it there. In the beginning, they have all these opportunities. Pell Grant, I think they only get 10 semesters. They only fund 10 semesters. By the time they're done with their junior, their sophomore and beginning of their junior year, they exhaust all of their Pell Grant. That's something to think about as a board. Maybe think about that. Start funding them at the senior, because those are the ones that are really buckling down and say, I'm going to become that engineer, or I'm going to become that architect, or whatever trade you have that's needed, a degree field. And then the other thing, telling them that if we help you, you have to work here for it. You come to work for it. We are fueling and funding college students, and we are just exporting them to Phoenix, Albuquerque, elsewhere. Once they graduate, they don't want to come home. There's nothing to tie them to come home again. So best homes at the forfeiting. Even I think you're gonna have to start looking outside the box to get us to come in to commit to you. Like, we say, hey, they're getting the senior year, we'll go ahead and, pay for your first, finish out this year, grades are good, you commit to us 2 years. That way, if they're here, they work with you. Engineer that used to work here that I worked with, his name was, Michael Francis. Here, then he expanded out to Indian Health Service. So it can be done, but you need to get a rope tied to the hospital. They come home and they work for you. That is my thought. Tell my son that you should. We met with the lady, yes, that was that brigade that came out last week Wednesday. The Army Corps of Engineers. They have opportunities in there. And I told my son that they have opportunities in here. Your last quarter of your last semester of school, you commit to Army Corps of Engineers. It can help you. It's a $7,000 bill for you. Coming up for their NAU. Thank you.
Rashid, yeah, Honorable Otto. So with this task, thank you, Mr. Hassey, for your report again. And it appears one of the, or two of the tasks related to this would definitely be, again, the NIF legislation, as it was mentioned in there, that this is government to government type of a issue. And again, I guess historically with what was approached and going forward, most likely working with legal counsel as to what would be the best avenue to go. The other one is concerns of the unused water that is going downstream of the 91,000 acre feet a year issue. And I know that this is also a concern from the Navajo Nation as well, and how we can recoup, monies and possibly through leasing out that water. So this is probably another discussion that we could have going forward. So again, with that, members of Resources Development Committee, I'd like to go into executive session since we are at 3:30. We still need to get the financial overview and audit. Mr. Tai?
Madam Chair, members of our committee, it's just for your information, the operation and maintenance that NACI is going through, it was proposed by the federal government, and I believe the Department of Interior, Mr. Zeller, my information is incorrect. They proposed that NACI charge our Navajo water users to use the water in order for the operation and maintenance upkeep for the NACI project as well as the NIT project, and that was something that I believe the NACI board passed a resolution indicating that they're not going to pass the cost on to our Navajo people. So this just demonstrates that the federal government just tries to push its responsibilities onto our own people for us to cover the cost for the rest of the build out. Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Yeah. Thank you for that information, Rodney. So with that, members of Resources Development Committee, I'd like to go ahead and request to go into executive session onto the next area of presentation. Honorable Ness?
5-minute break?
Sure, let's take a 5-minute break. And Rodney?
Madam Chair, if we can do 15 minutes, because I need to unlog and log back on and send out the executive Zoom link and get my computer to back and forth. So
okay.
Give me 15 minutes.
10 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Those online, Ms. Quinn, Ms. Khan, I will email out the executive Zoom link to you all, as well as Ms. Palazza Jim.
Who's all going to be in executive session?
I don't know who, I believe it's going to be the board, right? They're going to be in executive session. And then also, the management team here from NAPI, I don't know who you choose to have,
Ms. Porter, the CFO.
okay? I didn't pull the